Okay, can you hear me properly? Yeah, wonderful. Let's start. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Monsieur le Ministre, Excellencies, dear friends. I'm Lorelei Picot, the Executive Director of the Ocean and Climate Platform. I will be very brief because I'm just here to say hi, basically. Every year, the Ocean and Climate Platform does its first side event on the France Pavilion. So we're very excited to be here. And I just wanted to wish you a wonderful COP and to say that now we have hundreds of events on ocean and climate and biodiversity being organized throughout the blue zone, the green zone. Every single zone is blue now. We even have an ocean pavilion. So we're very excited, and today we'll talk about how to scale up those ocean-based climate solutions and showcase basically what the members of the Ocean and Climate Platform are doing, the amazing job they're doing throughout the world. And without further ado, it's my pleasure to invite our Vice President, one of our favorite Vice Presidents, to take the floor, Raphaël Cuvelier. Thank you.
Merci Lorelei.
Thank you, Lorelei. Hello, everyone. I would like to hail, he's not with us physically, but he's connected online, the Minister of the Sea, who is to take the floor later. We'd like to thank him for that. I would like to thank the AFD, the Agence Française pour le Développement. It's a partner of this event and one of our partners, one of the OCP partners. Thank you for your support for developing this network. The platform, as Lorelei said, is a network that counts more than 100 stakeholders, like the Oceanographic Institute. We are honored to have you with us today. Thank you for your relevant work on scientific matters. The platform has been created after the Paris Agreement, the aim being then to promote the ocean as a part of the solution when it comes to fighting climate change. The ocean had been rarely mentioned earlier. Some members agreed to make some steps forward and push the ocean forward when it comes to discussions about climate change. We are a civil society organization, a scientific organization. We rely upon science, upon figures, about tangible facts, which is extremely important. We have lots of members from various contexts, various backgrounds, and it is very important for us. This diversity is very important. We perform advocacy for the ocean as a climate solution. This is my COP number 15. Sorry, yeah. I was packing the day before yesterday. My daughter said, "So, are you going forward?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I think we are." And I think we should be proud because some steps forward have been performed. Indeed, we know the ocean agenda. Things are gaining momentum. We are working faster and faster, but we should be working even faster. The solutions that we have and that members are going to mention are not always implemented sufficiently fast and sufficiently broad. And the reflection we have to nourish is around that, how to upscale things, how to start working faster. Having the solutions is one thing, implementing them is yet another thing. So 3 pillars of reflection about how we could start working. Money, first thing, money. Finance, we are well below expectations. The 100 billions are not here for now, so we have to put some pressure to get more money. Number 2, behind money, the quality of the financial mechanisms. There is a huge room for improvement, for money to show up at the right moment, at the right place, with the right mechanism to satisfy the right needs of, depending upon the population, the country, the geographical background. Number 3, this global approach that is necessary between climate, biodiversity, social justice. We have to go out from our silos, from the climate context. We have to build bridges between the topics, between the backgrounds. between ocean and biodiversity, between biodiversity and social justice, and so on. Just an example I would like to drop here. The platform, our platform, has just published a scientific meta-analysis about the state of the art when it comes to the protected sea areas. The question whether they are efficient when it comes to mitigation and adaptation. This report, this publication, that you can read, by the way, I invite you to do so, is interesting and quite optimistic, because the answer is yes, indeed. The protected sea areas have a positive impact when it comes to protecting the climate. So let's go forward. Number 4, and that should be the last one, to broaden the impact, because that's a question we have to think about, the impact of the solutions. We need to rely even more upon civil society, upon the citizens and the regions, counties, departments, because many solutions are implemented on the field. So every time we talk about impact, it's about the effects, the consequences, the tangible ones on the field. So we have to cooperate with the citizens, and not only with the national scale, but with the regions as well, when it comes to the protected sea areas especially. So 3 or 4 remarks, and before I give the floor to our minister, who is connected online, on behalf of the platform, I would like to thank and congratulate France, since Mr. Macron has made the decision to oppose any exploitation of the deep sea. I would like, it's a big step, and I'd like to hail this decision. I would like to add that from the point of view of the OCP, dear Minister, you can count on our support, because that's a decision that has to be put in place, that has to be implemented, and this will be far from being simple, smooth and easy, but count on us. We'll be mobilized, we'll be supporting you, so that decision is respected and put in place, implemented. Thank you, dear Minister. I am giving you the floor right now. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Okay. The thing is that I myself can't see you.
Je vois juste un... Pas grave. Je vois juste...
All I can see, how would I say? I can see, just can see the PowerPoint. Thank you to you all, dear Philippe, dear Frederick, for reminding. Thank you for the introduction. I think there is simultaneous interpreting. I shouldn't be speaking too fast, right? Okay. Okay, I'm very happy to be here with you this morning. And I would like to thank first the Ocean Climate Platform and the French Agency for Development. I know this institution as I've worked in it, and also as an MP. We've worked a lot with the agency. So everything I would like to thank you for the continuity, for the engagement, and to make it work so the oceans become a major element of our Okay, 2022 was a very rich year when it comes to events for the oceans. I mean, and I think thanks to the activists also who helped us a lot. They talked about it. So in our role, myself too, as I'm a Secretary of State responsible for these matters, if we want to have this global vision, we need to have a certain ability to act in all the areas. The challenges of protection of the biodiversity and others are economic, but social also challenges. even energy challenges, I would say, as the oceans are a source to accelerate the production of energy, as we can see the sea energy, the renewable sea energy. So as I'm saying, I'm very happy to be here, and I will try to be short. In relation to what you've said, dear Raphael, as I had the occasion to do it, and when what France did after the NG negotiations, we had all the members of the climate platform after COP27. We will sit and we'll prepare the next one, and we'll get back to the implementation of the decision taken. I'm talking about this courageous, excellent decision taken by the president of our country to stop the exploitation of the sea bottoms. This is what happened since I was nominating. It's about protecting the seas. You know it. We have other countries that will join us, and this is my work to convince them. I'll do this work with my colleagues from Quai d'Orsay to obtain a maximum number of countries who will join us. You know what the situation is. The seas are a carbon and heat well, the biggest in the world. You know how much heat is absorbed by the oceans. Also, 25% of the CO2 is absorbed by the climate. So I'm talking about CO2 generated by humans. Every time I'm trying to repeat it, each time I'm given the voice. 60% of the surface of the climate, especially the mangroves, 41%, 71%. This is why it's so important to have this global vision. Also a challenge for the food safety, for the employment, for the energetic transition, but also for the economy matters. All these things is clearly accelerating the oceans are endangered by human activities in Europe, of course, but also elsewhere. You know, with the temperature, especially in the Mediterranean Sea, everything around the sea, the diversification also, and the sequestration of carbon, of coal. We can say that we are already.
Au changement climatique, et tout ça affecte.
These are the things that we need to do. So our citizens can live on the seasides, yes. All that has to be preserved. We need, of course, to have much more bigger ambitions on these subjects. And I think you every time, because you always mention this, you ask, what is this for? Well, this is to make us advance and move. That's at the heart of our discussions. I'm saying to move. So we met the challenges concerning the oceans to be compliant with what's been decided in Paris during COP21. With Emmanuel Macron, we're making out of this one of our priorities is also the object of my own nomination. So we'll work with science, with the non-governmental organizations and local communities. Not only in Europe, but also in Europe and Asia. Thanks to you, your platform, we becoming aware. Our awareness is reinforced, and since COP26, the framework convention on climate change, we have solutions to fight against the climate change, and we have the link now between the ocean and the climate. I would like to mention the first relation conference about the climate and the oceans. It was on the 15th of June this year, but we'll have to move forward and do much more than just do what we did. But we are accelerating. France wants to be the avant-garde to find financial solutions to get out of the silos with our works. I'm talking about the actions we conduct financial actions that we conduct at the European level, so France can become a blue agency. And this is also, as I said, I talked about it during negotiations in BBAGI. We have a very strong ambition. We have to agree since the very beginning of next year. We have to get back to the discussions, and we are working on a date that's going to be soon. I'll get back to one subject. You've mentioned it, the decision and the proof of our engagement in the subject about forbidding all the license about exploitation of the seabed. This is something that's been announced during the summit of the United Nations about the waters. We've said that we have to be careful on these challenge of the exploitation. And for a certain number of months, we've worked with a lot with NGOs in order to have an impact, a world impact. We said it's not about engaging into writing a document that will guarantee the minimum environmental conditions that would allow us to limit the harm. No. It's forbidding licenses for exploitation. Today, not tomorrow, France will never allow it. I saw a demonstration of an example of Mr. Jeunes who wanted to exploit things this year, and for France, the only exploitation of the sea bottom is dedicated to research, nothing else. We will have in the coming days, and our ambassador in Jamaica will talk about it by the end of the session. We will have to develop and translate the ambition of our president. And I insist on this point. You have to be careful and don't make of it a discussion about the evolution of EFM. Of course, we need it. EFM, IFM, we need it because we believe into the multilateralism, of course. But if we all need to go in the direction of forbidding the exploitation, we also need to change the multilateral framework, and I'll work on it. So the next fight will be on the international level. The next COP, amongst others, we'll have to work in a way so a maximum number of numbers join us, like Costa Rica, to stop and to forbid the exploitation of the seabeds. I would like to quote a few other actions that France wants to develop, solutions based on nature solutions. France, with the French Agency of Development, has defined an objective by 2025 to have 75% of financements that will be connected to climate and biodiversity, and that will take into consideration all these challenges we've been talking about. I told you before about the mangroves. They are those to absorb so much of the carbon from the planet. They can absorb 10,000 more than the forest. So this blue carbon movement, we will still finance it because this is a solution for many challenges that you know as well as us. We also want to move to work on low carbon. That was presented in Marseille. It's about financing measures to protect the biodiversity, like as you can see, we want to double our efforts with an objective of protecting of 30% in the seas and on land. We've attained our objectives, but when we have to move forward, especially about the zones, protected zones, 10% and 7% in the Mediterranean Sea, we need to accelerate the movement. I cannot forget to talk about other things, because it's about the global approach. We have a goal at the European level, the carbon neutrality by 2050. You know it. This neutrality, that means to decarbonate all the sectors. Those sectors who actually increase their emissions, like the boats, the transports. This we want to lower by 55% our emissions by 2030. Sorry, we've launched yesterday in France. It's a French subject, so to say, an ambitious plan for France about ships with zero emission. This is €3 million that will invest to accelerate the innovation, to accelerate the decarbonation of maritime transports. We mobilize also at the European level and at the international level funds to accelerate these changements on the seas. I'm talking about these maritime transportations. So we want to reduce by 40% at the world level and 50% by 50% before 2050. There's a lot of countries who need trade, so we have to work to decarbonate that. Of course, also the development of the sea renewable energies. I know what challenge it is to reduce our dependence of the fossil energies. There's something we have to give to the future generations. I'm sorry I've been so long. I'm looking at my watch. I went over the time that was given to me. I have to say that France, ladies and gentlemen, invites you to, even now, all of you at the summit of the United Nations for the oceans in 2015 that we organized together with Costa Rica. And I would like to thank them for their engagement. We've had very rich discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of Costa Rica to start to anticipate the implementations of the objectives for the oceans. We would like this summit to be as ambitious as possible, and we're at your disposal to work together for building this agenda before 2025, to put on the table all the subjects, the most serious ones, the most difficult, on which we can move, change, advance, so we can solve some contradictions, so we can get rid of the blockages that we have inside our countries or amongst us. So just around 2025, first in Costa Rica, then in France, we'll have a great pleasure to welcome all the maritime community of the activists, the NGOs, the scientists, the companies, and our citizens to make this year an excellent year on the subject. I'm talking again on 2025. And we also have to reinforce the maritime protected zones to reduce the emissions of maritime transports, and the recognition of this global approach that we're going to have for the oceans by 2055. From now till 2025, we'll work a lot. That's what I wanted to tell you as an introduction. Sorry I've been so long, and I would like to thank very much all of you all those who fight on a daily basis, and also the French Agency for Development. Thank you for your attention. I would love to be with you. Unfortunately, I had other things to do in France. And I had the luck to launch yesterday and the day before manifestations around on the development of our changes in the oceans, also in my region, La Bretagne. So I wish you a very good day of work, and I'm sure that we'll see each other very soon. Have a good day and excellent COP for all of you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Secretary of State, from for the sea topics. You can count on us when it comes to the debriefing.
We'll be following up. It's probably the only event so far where the remote has worked. So, you know, as we say in French, quand on veut, on peut, and we will make sure. Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Maybe can I just say a word in English?
Yes, please.
Yes, sorry, because I wanted to do the introduction in English, but I completely forget because of the technical issue. Just of course, thanks the platform, thanks the French Government Agency, thank you all for the participation. Just to let you know that France is really committed to work to make progress on the ocean, on the link, on the global solution that we need to have to make sure that to protect our ocean, to make sure that we move forward for the next generation. And I just wanted to tell you and to conclude to say that you welcome in France for the United Nations Summit in 2025 that we will organize with Costa Rica. In the meantime, and in the next months, in the next year, we have a lot of work to do. So please, when you're in France, let us know, and we're more than pleased to welcome you, and I'm more than pleased to have a conversation with you to move forward and to make sure that ocean is always at the heart of all the international and the climate discussion and biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Thank you very much. Now we will move on. As you know, the real DNA of the platform is science, and we want to make sure that science drives decision-making, drives investment, and make sure that the solutions that we put forth are both biodiversity positive and climate smart. So now it's my pleasure to invite the president of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. I just want to say that HOI is actually the 100th member to join the Ocean and Climate Platform, and we're really honored to have you here. Dr. Peter Domenico, please, the floor is yours for some remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you. It's a real honor. Je veux dire quelque chose.
I would like to tell a couple of words in French. My presentation, would my presentation be entirely in French, I would keep it really short because my French is poor, unfortunately.
For the invitation to join you, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. We are a 93-year-old institution in just south of Boston, Massachusetts, on Cape Cod. We are the world's largest independent ocean institution, ocean science and technology institution in the world. We have about 1,000 scientists, engineers, technicians. We're probably known for having all of the ocean sciences and the technology and the engineering, and then also the ships and the submarines and the rest of it. But what really distinguishes the Woods Hole Oceanographic from other institutions is that we're independent. So we're not linked to a federal agency, we're not linked to a university. And that independence gives us a certain nimbleness to go after big ideas with some ambition. And I think that's really the sort of distinguishing quality of the institution. I became the 11th president of the Oceanographic just 2 years ago. I was at 33 years. I had one employer, Columbia University. And I made this move to the oceanographic really for one reason, and that was really to focus on these ocean-based climate solutions. As we all know, everyone listening to this right now, that we live on an ocean planet. All the climate solutions that we can think of have their roots in the ocean. And so as a representative of the, I want to free our scientists up to pursue the research that needs to be done. As many of you know who are academic researchers, so much of what guides our ability to pursue questions is the freedom, is the funding to pursue really bold ideas. And so when I arrived at the Oceanographic just 2 years ago, we established a new vision for the institution. This is for the next decade. And really the focus is on what we settled in on is to accelerate ocean science and technology for the global good. That is to invest in our scientists and in the science at a pace that's commensurate, that matches the challenges that we're facing. We all know that we don't have that much time, and so an institution like ours, and indeed all of us here, should really be accelerating our work, just as the minister said earlier. So just some examples of these big ideas that we're pursuing at scale. The coral reef ecosystems around the world, as we know, are in a dire state of decline. And so many of us around the world are working on ways to conserve coral reefs, to protect them, and to ensure that they move on into future generations. We have launched the Coral Solutions Initiative at the Oceanographic. We have something like 70 to 80 scientists across the institution who are working on ways to bring technology, scientific understanding together to identify coral reefs that are thriving in the warming oceans rather than the ones that are bleaching, and to identify those that are these sort of super reefs, to identify them, to protect them by partnering with the countries in which they're housed, and then to understand what makes them unique, what makes them resilient in the face of the ocean warming and acidification, and then to hopefully use those as future generations of coral reef systems to increase. Another thing that we're working on is the larger global health of the oceans. When we look at the oceans more generally, of course, it's 70% of the surface of the Earth, but really what sustains the planet is what happens below the surface, the biological functioning of the oceans. We had a program at the Oceanographic called the Ocean Twilight Zone. This is to study this layer of the ocean that's between 200 meters to 1,000 meters. Much in the way that we look at on the land surface, we see trees and we see grasses, and that's our visual indication of health. In the oceans, you know, what's sustaining the terrestrial surface is the soils. In the oceans, the equivalent of soils is this ocean twilight zone, and so we have to understand it and protect it. The oceans in the ocean twilight zone is the largest vertebrate migration on the planet. Every day the fauna move up during the nighttime, move down again. That acts as a carbon pump. That carbon pump is as large as all of human emissions every year. It's a tremendously important process. But to understand it at the scale of the ocean requires a new era of ocean observations. So we're introducing, or we're just beginning, an initiative called the Ocean Vital Signs Network. This would be 1 million square kilometers, so twice the size of France, from the surface of the ocean to the bottom. That's crisscrossed with robots and vehicles to interrogate the carbon flows going to the deep ocean. Because once you get these carbon flows going down to about 1 kilometer, the waters there are about a century to millennia old. So the carbon is durably stored naturally for that length of time. So the oceans have this tremendous capacity to help us in terms of carbon storage, but we just have no idea of the oceans, whether it's safe, whether it's economical, whether it's efficient. We really know very little about the process. And so we're really focusing on how can we drive the science to advance this understanding. And we believe it begins with an unprecedented collaboration of measurement. So with that, I'd just like to end it by saying that the with the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, we have partnered with 18 other partners to build the Ocean Pavilion. So those of you who've seen the Ocean Pavilion, it's our intention to sustain this year after year. So it's just something that's, this is work that was already beginning here at COP for decades in the past, and we'd like to give it a home. So thank you. Of course, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your leadership, and we're really excited to also be partners of the Ocean Pavilion. They have coffee and they have wine in the evening. It's also important to know. More than France. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to hand over to my dear colleague Marine Le Serre. She will be moderating the next session with our fantastic panelists on, pivoting from problem to solution. The ocean is part of the solutions. We need to have a good discussion on what we can really do and not just get stuck. We're here at COP, so please go ahead.
Otherwise, oh no, that works perfect. Thank you, Lorelai. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. And well, I have to say, when I joined the Ocean and Climate Platform 2 years ago now, I was really amazed about the diversity, the richness, and the ambition of all the solutions implemented by its members. So, what I found the most inspiring about this solution is how much they really strive to achieve both climate and biodiversity objectives, because global goals really are ambitious, whether it is the Paris Agreement under the Climate Convention or whether it is the upcoming post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework under the Biodiversity Convention. They are ambitious. So if we really are to rise to the challenge and successfully restore the health of our global ocean, climate smart and biodiversity positive action are the priority, should be our priority. So these solutions are already being developed around the world and across sectors, and they provide key opportunities to swim the talk, as we say at the platform, meaning to accelerate solutions, to provide a pivot from problem to solutions, and to ensure transformative change. So we asked some of our members to come and to present their work. We have gathered an exceptional lineup of experts across sectors. We have Susan Ruffo from the UN Foundation. We have Rebecca Hubbard from Our Fish, Sebastian Tron from Conservation International, Mathilde Borlaurent for the AFD, and of course Alexis Groskopf representing Ocean Hub Africa. I want to start our conversation by asking all of you the same question. What's about your initiative, your approach that makes it unique and basically more innovative? Thank you. Yeah, let me turn to you first, Susan. Let me start with you. Susan Ruffo, you are Senior Advisor for Ocean and Climate at the UN Foundation. And of course, I know that the topic of decarbonizing the shipping industry is very dear to your heart. At the moment, the shipping industry accounts for around 3% of global GHG emissions, and we have a growing number of companies that committed to the reduction of emissions, for example, in line with the Race to Zero campaign that is led under the leadership of the climate champions. Can you please, Susan, explain us how the UN Foundation contributes to the transformation and transition of the shipping industry, and how your innovative approach is innovative? Thank you.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here with so many ocean champions. Yes, so my solution is decarbonizing shipping, or as I like to say, it's creating the clean, green marine highway of the future, because decarbonizing shipping is very wonky. One of the unique things that I think about that is that most people don't really think of it as an ocean-based climate solution. They think of it as a transport solution, right? It's the same as trucking, it's the same as air. No, it's not. the shipping sector was shaped by the ocean. It matters, the wind, the waves, the ecosystems that we have. I'm looking at the Pacific Pavilion behind us. They have been sailing for, millennia. And it is intimately tied to the ocean. And what we ship, where we ship it, how we ship it, has impacts on the ocean as well. So we can't divorce the solutions for decarbonizing shipping from the ocean context. It's important that we be part of that conversation. And the solutions for ocean decarbonization and shipping decarbonization also impact other things. They impact black carbon, they impact Arctic, they impact whale ship strikes, noise pollution that affects marine mammals. So we need to think about these things holistically. And that's another thing that I think is unique about this, or at least unique about a lot of different from other mitigation solutions, is that this is a cross-sectoral sort of collaborative solution. So, if you think about decarbonizing shipping, you have to start from creating renewable energy that will then create the fuels that will be used for shipping in the future. You have to think about ports and how vulnerable they are to climate change, and how we make them more resilient, as well as the communities around them. You have to think about the workforces that will actually, be working in these ports, that will be working on these ships, that have to deal with new technologies, new fuels. It really is sort of a holistic solution that we need to think about in all of these different ways. Like the ocean itself, you can't silo it. And the third thing that maybe is the most unique about shipping is that it actually is not covered by the UNFCCC. International shipping is actually regulated by the International Maritime Organization, which is a challenge and an opportunity. So it is not governed by the Paris Agreement. It is not, in the halls of negotiation here, and yet it is a critical piece of keeping to the 1.5 degree pathway. 80% of our goods travel by ship. And so if we don't deal with this sector, which emissions are rising in very quickly, if we don't deal with this sector, it will be very hard to reach the Paris Agreement and the Paris targets. So we need to think about this. We need to transfer all of the ambition that we hear from countries here in the UNFCCC into the IMO. And I think the minister's comments were great. France is committed, the US is committed. There are lots of champions that can take this work to the IMO as well. So our piece of that puzzle is to really work with partners, convene partners, work with governments that are ambitious in these sectors to make sure that their voices are heard.
I have a quick one. I've been working with IMO, and I have a question for you. In what ways is it an opportunity that they're not part of the Paris Agreement? I'm very confused. You said it's a challenge and an opportunity that IMO is not part of the UNFCCC conversations. In what ways is it an opportunity?
It's a good question. So I think there are a couple of ways. One is that the IMO regulates the sector as a whole. So it's very difficult within the UNFCCC if you talk about agriculture, if you talk about transportation. There is no one regulator, right? Every country is doing everything within nationally determined contributions. So if you can move the IMO, you can move an entire very large sector, 3% of emissions. The other thing is that, I've just totally blanked on the other thing, sorry. But I think that's the key. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Susan, for your answer, and thank you, Alexis, for your extra question as well. No, thank you, Susan, for your insights. I think I fully agree with you. I think shipping should be part of the solution. And also, when we talk about the shipping industry, I think one thing that we should not forget is the fishing vessels. This is also an opportunity to clearly decarbonize the fishing industry. And that's why I'm looking at you, Rebecca. Rebecca Hubbard, you are Program Director at Our Fish, and you know everything about all the opportunities to decarbonize the fishing industry. So can you give us some detail about your approach to fisheries management and how it is an opportunity to decarbonize the fishing industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen, and thank you to the Ocean and Climate Platform for having us. It's a really fascinating and exciting conversation, and I'm seeing a lot of synergies with some of the other speakers. So Our Fish's solution, which could be perceived as a well-known solution but is actually quite innovative, is that fisheries management, or good fisheries management, is good carbon management. So just to reinforce the messages from the Oceanographic Institute, fish like plankton and whales, are keystones of the ocean biological pump. Without a huge, functioning, vibrant biological pump in the ocean, it cannot mitigate climate change, it can't help us adapt to climate change. And so even though fish and fisheries management hasn't really been considered as an ocean climate solution, we see it as absolutely critical. So in the past, people have looked at blue carbon, such as how much can be stored by mangroves and seagrasses, but the fish are themselves absorbing carbon and helping to drive that biological pump. And without them, this seabed and the ocean cannot store 1/3 of the carbon that it is doing so right now. So seeing fish as carbon engineers is our new angle. We're reframing fish, and they're big and they're exciting. And I guess as well, not just the fact that we need that fish to be seen as also incredibly important biodiversity, right? So in terms of biodiversity protection, fisheries management is absolutely key because it is the biggest impact on our ocean still. And on that level, the annual extraction of fish from the ocean is around 80 million tons, or 80 billion kilos of fish are pulled out of the ocean every year. So that's a lot of carbon that's being extracted and released, and really inhibiting the ocean's capacity to mitigate climate change. As well, related to that, and another key reason, or I guess there's two more really, talks to decarbonisation. Of course, the fishing industry is a huge emitter, and often the biggest emitters in the fishing industry are the most destructive forms of fishing vessels. So those that trawl or carry the biggest gear that makes the biggest impact on the seabed and biodiversity. And with that, they also obviously impact the seabed directly. So they're resuspending carbon, and they're preventing the sequestration of that carbon as well. So good fisheries management is good carbon management, but it also creates all these amazing co-benefits. So in terms of the actions, there's two key actions to realise this innovative solution. It's kind of an old school but innovative solution. One is that we really need to remove fossil fuel subsidies for the fishing industry. And the other one is that we need to monitor and count the impact of fishing on fisheries, the climate impact, the ecosystem and climate impact of fishing, so that we can then give or prioritise access to those resources to the most beneficial, the least impacting fishing fleets. And there are ways that we can do that, but there's also a couple of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I love that you talked about co-benefits. We are now confronted to a more challenging, a more uncertain world with growing inequalities, growing populations as well. So I think it's really important that we continue to ensure food security, livelihoods, of course the overall well-being basically of human populations. So co-benefits are at the heart of nature-based solutions. We've called them win-win solutions, or multi-purpose solutions. One of the nature-based solutions are the protection and restoration of blue carbon ecosystems. I'm looking at you now, Sebastian. Sebastian Turan, you're the Executive Vice President of Conservation Partnerships at Conservation International, and you work obviously on a wide range of topics, including marine nature-based solutions and blue carbon ecosystems. Thank you so much for being with us. Can you please give us a bit more intel on your work and also on the blue carbon initiative that you work with?
Sure. Thanks for that, and thanks for invitation to this panel. So about a decade and a half ago, I was at 700 meters depth in a homemade submarine off the island of Roatan in Honduras. And what really struck me when I was there was that even though we were at such tremendous depth, that was only a sixth of the average depth of the world's ocean. And so really drove home this point that that's what most of the living space of the planet looks like. dark 24 hours a day, which is, I guess, a paradox if you're at that depth, under tremendous pressure that would kill any of us if we weren't in a functioning submarine, and completely dependent on the marine snow, the leftovers from the surface waters that end up on the ocean bottom. And so when we talk about global climate change, what we're really talking about predominantly is ocean change. And of course, the place where we as humans have the biggest opportunity to influence those carbon fluxes is at the surface, the edge of, so to speak. And that's where we have the blue carbon, or the coastal blue carbon ecosystems. So mangroves, seagrass beds, salt marshes, areas that we've known for a long time are extremely important for local livelihoods, fisheries habitats, to protect the coast against storms and wave action. And they actually turn out to be the most efficient carbon sinks on the planet. So to give you an idea of the importance of these habitats, the loss of blue carbon habitats today equal around 0.15 to 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. And although these ecosystems only represent maybe 2 to 6% of the extent of tropical forest, their destruction actually amount to about 19% of the emissions from deforestation. So basically having an outside's importance, and I appreciate the governments of France leadership on this, and as we heard from the minister, France is going to finance this kind of work, so that's great news. It really is a triple win for the planet, because they provide these ecosystem services, they create adaptation and resilience to climate change impacts, and of course climate mitigation. And if you think about our coasts, there are a lot of people that live there. Currently there's about 2.4 billion that live within 100 kilometers of the coast. By 2060 there'll be 1 billion people that will live at the edge of the ocean or even below current seawater levels. So a lot of people depend on these ecosystems. Already today, mangroves provide about $65 million in protection from wave action and storms. So what we've been doing together with many partners is that about 15 years ago we launched the Blue Carbon Initiative. And as some of the old hands like Raphael will recall, the first time that we had blue carbon discussed at the COP was in Cancun in 2010. And so what we did with the Blue Carbon Initiative is we brought together IUCN, the Interoceanographic Commission of UNESCO, and Conservation International, to create the foundational understanding of the importance of these ecosystems. And so there's been a tremendous amount of scientific work, understanding the science of these ecosystems, where they are, their extent, the carbon fluxes around them, understanding the policies that impact them and how those need to be adjusted. And in addition to that, we've been working with the IPCC to establish guidelines for how to include blue carbon habitats in greenhouse gas accounting, and how to incorporate blue carbon in countries' NDCs. But the thing I'd like to highlight, which is a favorite of mine because I just lived for 7 years in Colombia, was a project that we did in Cispata on the Caribbean coast of Colombia, where in 2018 we with the support of Apple and a lot of local partners, local government, the national government, local NGOs, we created a project to protect and restore about 11,000 hectares of mangrove forest. This project is known as Vida Manglar, which means mangrove life, and it's an area that's of course important for carbon sequestration, but also really important for endangered species. I'm a sea turtle biologist, so I'm happy to say there are sea turtles there, but also otters, manatees, migrating birds, and the critically endangered American crocodile that benefit from the conservation in this area. And so what we did in this area is we developed a new methodology to be able to create carbon credits for the voluntary carbon market. So we worked with Vera to develop that methodology. We also had it certified with CCB, the Carbon Community and Biodiversity Standards, to make sure that it wasn't only mitigating climate change, but it also generated benefits for the communities and for biodiversity. And in total, with the first certification, we generated 1 million carbon credits. That's equivalent to taking 184,000 cars off the road for a year. And because it's been successful, and because 92% of the money that came from that sale went straight back to the conservation efforts and the communities, The Colombian government sees this as a great opportunity. They've now expanding it to another 6 locations in the country, and they're looking at developing a national program for blue carbon credits. And then, of course, because we now have these methodologies that have been approved by Verra, anyone who's interested in generating carbon credits for the voluntary carbon market can do the same elsewhere in the world. And there's, of course, numerous organizations are working to scale up these efforts. So we feel that it's a good, innovative way. And now, of course, we have to think about one project is not going to solve the climate crisis. How can we take this solution to scale to have a really meaningful impact at the planetary level? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for this insight. And you touched upon you touched upon a number of different key enablers as well, talking about policy. I want to continue on that path and talk about finance, trying to see also how we can mobilize finance and discuss about basically how to scale up blue carbon initiative from a development bank perspective. So Mathilde Borlaurent, you are head of the Climate and Nature Division at the French Agency for Development, AFD. Can you tell us a bit more about the involvement of the development bank to scale up nature-based solutions and specifically to scale up blue carbon ecosystems?
Merci.
Thank you. Too close to the mic, perhaps. I've been using the headsets all along during all the meeting. It's better to get isolated from the noise around. I'll start in French and then I'll switch to English. Thanks first thing to the platform, to the Ocean and Climate Platform for organizing this event at the French Pavilion. And yesterday's event as well, by the way. I think it's extremely important, you told it, to build bridges between topics, between climate, biodiversity and ocean. And that's my job now, to build these bridges, to create these links. And yes, indeed, when it starts falling within an organization, things gain power and efficiency. Secretary of State has suggested not to remain merely a green agency, but to become a blue agency. And that's the objective of the AFD, to emphasize this ambition, to emphasize the blue part.
Also, as most of the speakers and panelists here are speaking in English. Just 3 things before going to the innovation part. I just want to add up. I mean, we've covered a number of topics already related to what it means to work on the oceans, conservation, restoration of coastal ecosystem. Of course, the other part is to support a truly sustainable blue economy, and we've heard 2 very insightful panelists on that. There is a third part of the agenda which is critical for AFD, which is to work on land pollutions. And all these 3 topics leads us to have 750 million yearly committed and tracked as being ocean positive finance within AFD. So at least we're tracking what is the blue part of our funding, which is the first key step at AFD. I will focus now on the first part, conservation and restoration of coastal ecosystems. Sebastian already covered a lot about the importance of the topic. I'll add just one more big figure, which is that we already lost half of this ecosystem over the past 50 years. So there is really an emergency and it's really critical to focus much more on this aspect. At AFD, we are financing, we have 15 blue carbon projects in our portfolio, in Senegal, in Mozambique, in the Zambezi Delta, in the Pacific Islands with the Kiwa initiative. We have some people from the delegation here, and we met also yesterday with them. We are also working in Indonesia on the development of a blue carbon strategy, so we see that it's accelerating. what it requires is scientific work. It was really very clearly spelled out. We need science, of course, to prove all that. So it's very good to have the publication of the platform, to have all the work done by Woods Hole also on the matter. It will help us also for the finance, because it will help us raising climate as well. We need the science to prove that, especially to go to the GCF, for instance. We need knowledge, we need public policy dialogue, we need capacity building, and then we need investment, which is also what we do. This is the standard job of a development finance bank to support this kind of topic in each sector. So this is not yet the innovation. But this is surely something on which AFD wants to work and key levers, and on which we are also mobilizing our peers, notably the banks of the International Development Finance Club, which are banks from all around the world, which are increasing their ambition on nature, and on the nature we'll make sure that ocean is also there. On the issue of what we can do more and what's new for us on the blue carbon project. Blue carbon, we have looked at it until now with a traditional conservation standing point, not as a market, but as an asset. And I think it's very important to start with that. It's first a critical asset that we must protect and restore. Yet there is, and we are in the climate COP, there is a new thing which are called the carbon credits. Not so new, sorry, but at least very increasing with the new market. And we need to assess how we can seriously and with good impact attract this funding to support this type of work and complement the type of funding that we can provide as development finance partner. There is another part in the panel, so I'll come back on where we have to be cautious. What is sure is what we see, the opportunity that we see behind these blue carbon credits is that it's quite complementary. First, it's results-based, so the more the projects have positive impacts and create indeed carbon sinks, the more it gets funding. Second, it helps financing in the long term when us as DFI, we can only finance the early stage investments. You can finance OPEX with carbon credits. And third, it allows to bring in private sector, which is of course critical because our scarce public finance cannot make it all.
Thank you very much, Mathilde, for your insights on the role of development banks. It's very interesting to understand also that part of your job is also to leverage, mobilize different actors, including from the private sector and other development banks. Now, Alexis Groskopf, you are the CEO of Ocean Hub Africa, and your work is to connect, inspire, and support entrepreneurs, researchers, businesses, investors to accelerate based solutions in Africa. So part of the work is also to mobilize different private sector actors and to foster the development of new initiatives, especially on the African ground, which is a bit echo to what we are living today in COP27. Can you tell us a bit more about your work and how this contributes to developing solutions?
Thanks everyone. You guys did a great job just giving us one mic, because I would have just broken every conversation. So for timekeeping purposes, you did the right thing. My problem is I don't have any notes, which would have been all right if I had not forgotten my brain at yesterday's party. But we all know that the real conference happens, outside of the conference. Anyway, so I'm not going to be able to touch upon all of what the other panelists said, although it was kind of, burning my tongue. One thing about the blue carbon, though, it's amazing because it has both mitigation and adaptation powers. It's very important that we work on mitigation, and there's been a lot of work on mitigation. Working from Africa, adaptation is also key, and it's very important. What we do at Ocean Hub Africa mostly focuses on empowering innovation and local African-based impact for profit, and I explain why, ocean-minded ventures. The reason why we focus on a B2B approach, ourselves being a business, is because as much as policy and people are drivers of change, they affect change, they do not affect the change. It is down ultimately to the businesses if we want to match the pace and the scale of the issue. Raphael, you mentioned this earlier. We need to disrupt the way we do business. If we decide to stop single-use plastics, or if the governments ban single-use plastics, it's not providing the retail space with the solutions to remove plastic off their shelves. So we need, in order to scale the impact, we need to work with businesses. This is what I truly believe in. But because, again, of the scale and the pace of the problem, we can't do this incrementally. We need to disrupt. As organizations or organisms, we cannot self-disrupt. So it has to come from outside. This is where the startups come into the game. So we're providing technical assistance to startups. Funding is essential, but it is not the only part of the solution. If you don't have a fertile soil and a seed to plant, you can pour as much water you want on it, nothing's going to happen. The finance being the water here, the fertile soil being the ecosystem where the seed, the idea, needs to be planted. It's a whole ecosystem once again. So there is an increased amount of money that's being invested into the blue economy and blue solutions, and it's great, don't get me wrong. It's amazing, and it starts there. But it's not the end. It doesn't end there. What we need is, we've been de-risking investment, right? And, I mean, pardon me to say this, but we've been de-risking the guys that own the money, not talking about the GFIs, but the private sector investors already, kind of well off, are now getting further support, first loss guarantees and things like that. Great. Now we need to de-risk entrepreneurship. We need to make sure that we can support the growth of businesses and solutions to build a pipeline where the money can go to, right? Over and above, all the solutions around blue carbon and investing into the, nature-based solutions, there's other type of solutions for adaptation that needs, investment and technical support, essentially. So what we're doing from an African perspective, again, is trying to work with the wealth that working in Africa has to offer, and that's mostly around indigenous knowledge, the understanding of how to manage oceans very locally and on an artisanal scale. It doesn't have to be industrial necessarily to be operative and lucrative, but also with the challenges of working in the ocean space and in Africa, especially challenges linked to infrastructure development that are often not inclusive. This is one thing that we do. The other thing that we're trying to do specific to Africa is, as opposed to other accelerators or incubators, we try to provide product development, not just focusing on business development, product development and personal development. A way to gauge an entrepreneur in the global north is to know whether they've done HEC in Paris or Harvard in the United States. That doesn't fly in Africa. This is not how you're going to find your best entrepreneurs. So you need to find other ways to determine what are the right mindsets. The due diligence process cannot be the same. The best way is not spending 300,000 euros, paying 6 months of a 50,000 euro per month analyst to gauge whether this is a good project or a good entrepreneur. It's actually to give the entrepreneur 50,000 euros. Okay, you guys can reach that milestone, and if you do with 50,000, we'll talk about another check of 100,000, and you take a due diligence through the actual learning and doing, failing fast and learning. And that's a completely different approach that is, replicable and duplicable in the global south, where education and welfare is not exactly the same as it would be in the global north. Last but not least, the Thousand Ocean Startups, actually, that's a very good reminder. Thank you very much. We launched with other VCs, incubators and accelerators. There's a nice little WhatsApp happening. I guess can't see it, so I'm not going to... I swear, there's a WhatsApp conversation there. Thousand Ocean Startups is a coalition of VCs and ESOs, entrepreneurship support organizations, incubators and accelerators that are pipeline builders, right, for ocean impact innovation. We need this because we need the different players of that ecosystem to be identified, right, and to identify one another, to be able to play the role that they need to play, and to catalyze the efforts that needs to happen, to inspire more entrepreneurs, to entice more private investment. As much as public investment is needed to demonstrate, to de-risk, it's up to the private cash to help scale things. And last but not least, to catalyze the partnerships in streamlining the experience of an entrepreneur from a basic idea to a scalable impact business. So without an ecosystem to define this, very much to your point, Suzanne, around the IMO, one place when everything can happen in a way is what we're trying to achieve with Thousand Ocean Startups Coalition, essentially. And I'll pause here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Alexis. I can only say that the 1,000 Ocean Startup Coalition is a true example of scalability. And I think we really have the solutions, and this is the moment when we need to scale them up. So what I suggest now, because we only have 10 minutes left for the panel, I'm going to ask you one final question, and you can just share a few words, 1 or 2 sentences to focus on what are the challenges that you faced in implementing your solutions. How did you overcome them? Basically, what are the solutions for you in your own respective sectors to trying to scale up action, trying to accelerate your work? So maybe, Alexis, as you have the mic, you can start and just pass it on to your left or your right. Thank you.
Right first, and then I'll pass it because it'll be easier otherwise. I mean, the way we scale our impact is it's very, very much linked to the Thousand Ocean Startups Initiative. We we're upping a bit up the value chain now. We've demonstrated that incubation for ocean impacts entrepreneur in Africa is feasible, it's possible. So now we're trying to step back a little bit and become an incubator of incubators. So we can help other organizations locally anchored to sprout and grow and provide the technical assistance with potential access to funding indeed, but technical assistance much so across Africa. This will also help with advertising, for lack of a better word. What are the challenges? You can't expect anyone to find a solution to a problem they don't even know exists or they don't understand. This is when the science come in, right? So more science, science-based decision-making, science-based innovation, more organizations raising awareness and providing technical assistance and a bit of funding through organizations or coalitions such as the Thousand Ocean Startups Coalition. But I'm not this is not an advert trying to marketing campaign, but there needs to be more of this, and this is probably the best way for organizations such as entrepreneurship support and investors on the private sector to scale their efforts.
Thank you. I have a lot to answer to him, but I'll try to focus on my topic, which was blue carbon. We'll have the conversation after, I'm sure. Just on blue carbon, just to say we're cautious. I'm close enough? Yeah, I have you. Sorry, I hear me very well because I have my headset. So we're cautious with carbon credit because for us what is interesting within this project, that it was really very well explained by Sebastian, is the other benefits, that we make sure we have social and biodiversity benefits. Elsewhere, we enter a conversation which is tough on carbon offsets and so on. So we have to make sure that we have the methodology and the monitoring that shows that these projects are delivering on carbon, on biodiversity, and on social benefits. So this is really a challenge. We also have to diversify and not only depend on this type of finance, because it will only work for certain type of project. So we have also to increase payment for ecosystem services. It's been there for ages. We really need to find a way to fast track this and have more. This is very important. So this is why we have decided to partners with CI and with Australia and other countries in the international partnership for blue carbon, and where we really want to use our projects, streamline in our projects the analysis at least of what type of carbon credit we can leverage, do it systematically. Some projects will work, some won't use them, and be able to bring this to the table of this coalition to increase the knowledge and the guidelines behind that for all funders to follow us in this work.
Okay, so there are definitely some big challenges. And I mean, the thing with scaling up good fisheries management as good carbon management, I think one of the biggest the easiest thing is that any nation that fishes can do it. they can look at fisheries management through the view of this is ecosystem and climate management, not just individual fish stock management, and that's the key. That's also the biggest challenge, because traditionally scientists have looked at it very much as a single issue extraction. So in terms of how we've faced those, we're really working with scientists to look at how we can monitor and account for those impacts and how we can incorporate that into management decision making, and we're doing that in Europe with the International Council for the Exploration of Sea. So that's fantastic, and it's new, and it's definitely very exciting. I think as well, one of the big challenges, as I mentioned before, is the fact that we still have fossil fuel subsidies driving driving fishing and shipping, and specifically. So, of course, many people have worked at the WTO for a long time to address that, but one solution is that actually nations can address that at an individual level or at a regional level or bilaterally. So we're certainly working on that with the EU in the Energy Taxation Directive review and with individual nations. And I think the last thing is just that it's fantastic that ocean climate action is becoming more mainstream within the climate sector, and fisheries management really needs to get on board and in track with that as well, because it's still one step behind the rest of our ocean climate action. But working with the Ocean Climate Platform and many other actors, then I think we can make progress, and let's avoid breaking all of the planetary boundaries and get moving quicker. Great. I think in terms of scaling up the decarbonization of shipping, there's a virtuous loop between what we do on the water and what we do in the policy space, and they need to reinforce each other. So we need good policies at the IMO. As I said, they regulate the entire sector. So if you put in a carbon standard, it's global. But we need to also prove that some of that will work in order to have countries feel confident that they can be ambitious. So, right now countries and ports and cities are implementing what are called green corridors, which is basically looking at, two ends of a trade route, like LA and Shanghai or Australia and Japan, and seeing how you put in all of the steps to get that corridor moving. So it's everything from fuel availability to bunkering to workforce to vessels on either end, so they can go back and forth. I think that's a critical piece that then drives the ambition that allows policymakers to sort of keep ratcheting up the game. I think one big challenge is that the global south is still really missing from this conversation. Those green corridors, most of them are either from the global north or from major economies like China. And so we really need a Pacific voice. We really need an African voice. We really need to look at what the technologies are that are needed outside of these big, global routes, because they're going to be different. And, in a worst case scenario, not only will they get left behind, but all of those old ships that get taken off of the other routes will go to those places, making pollution worse and emissions worse. So it's a big challenge. There's a lot of money required to do that. There's a lot of entrepreneurship required to do that. But that is something we really need to do in order to make this work. The other thing is, as much as we are getting the ocean to be part of the climate conversation, we need to also bring the climate into the IMO conversation. The IMO was not designed to deal with climate. It was designed to deal with safety and maritime issues. They are working on it. They've been working on it. But countries also need to get their delegations in there and be climate ambitious and echo the things they say here at the IMO. The IMO will meet 2 weeks after this meeting. Most of these delegations will go home and forget all about this and have, a lovely end of the year, but we need them in London at that meeting.
Great, thank you. I would say that innovation in blue carbon has been essential, but it's insufficient. And so now we need to go better and bigger. And as the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so partnerships are absolutely critical for that, like this platform we're on here. we heard about one of the partnerships we're very excited about with the government of France on blue carbon. I think I would mention three partnerships that I think are exciting and actually have events in the coming days that you're all invited to. The first is a partnership with the Meridian Institute, the World Economic Forum, Friends of Ocean Action, Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance, Salesforce and the Nature Conservancy, which have worked together to develop high-quality blue carbon principles and guidance. And they'll be launched in the business pavilion on Saturday, because there are valid concerns about greenwashing. We need to set the bar high and define what we mean with high quality. And so this is an effort to send a clear market signal on what buyers require in terms of high quality. The second one is that we'll announce the launch of the International Blue Carbon Institute, which is a partnership with the Singapore government and the company Amazon on Monday at 4 p.m. in the Singapore pavilion, so please join us there. And that's basically an institute that will aim to build capacity for blue carbon, because if we want to scale this, we need to have people from the community level to the government level understand what's required to generate high quality projects. And then the third one is the work we've done with the Blue Carbon Initiative to develop guidance for how countries should incorporate blue carbon in their NDCs. We did that a couple of years ago. We've learned some lessons. We've worked with countries like Liberia and Costa Rica to have them incorporate blue carbon in their NDCs. And the updated set of guidelines will come out early in the next year. So if any countries are interested, we're more than happy to share those so we can take blue carbon to scale. Thank you.
Un, deux, merci. Wonderful. Thank you so much for all of you for being with us. I think we can give them a warm round of applause. Thank you again, and I'm going to pass it on to Lorelai for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, definitely been inspired. You guys can take a seat in the audience. Big round of applause. This is some of the examples of the outstanding work that we have in the ocean climate community, and also the outstanding people that we have in this community. It's always a pleasure to work with every single one of you. Suzanne, you actually mentioned that we have now France and the US back on track and being champions for the ocean. And when we think about it, that means that we have the two biggest EEZ in the world advocating for the ocean and for climate change. So it's also my pleasure to invite for closing remarks Dr. Sally Benson, the Deputy Director for Energy at the White House in the United States. Dr. Sally Benson, please, the floor is yours. I think this one is...
Hello? Yes, okay, good. All right, well, first of all, let me say I'm making these remarks on behalf of the Honorable Jane Lubchenco, a lifelong champion of the ocean. So thank you, Lorelai, good morning, and all courtesies observed. So first of all, it's a pleasure to join you today and provide closing remarks to highlight the central role of the ocean in tackling climate change while also advancing environmental justice, achieving economic, health, safety, security benefits for everyone, everywhere. The global community is finally beginning to appreciate what many of you have known and highlighted today, that the ocean is central to our lives and to our future. And we're flipping the script on the ocean from a victim to a powerful source of solutions for climate change. So today, armed with the science, and inspired by the successes around the world and empowered by the urgency and the need for justice, we embrace ocean-based solutions for the interrelated triple crisis of climate, biodiversity, and equity. So I'm proud to be part of an administration that listens to science and takes the climate challenge seriously. As you know, the Biden-Harris administration has set ambitious goals to tackle the climate crisis and deliver economic benefits at home. And we're focused firmly on both mitigation and adaptation. The administration has already committed to reducing greenhouse gas pollution from 2005 levels by 50 to 52% by 2030, creating a carbon-free power sector by 2035, and reaching net zero emissions economy-wide no later than 2050. and taking actions to enhance coastal and ocean resistance, and providing 40% of overall benefits of certain federal investments to disadvantaged communities. Moreover, the recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act provides resources to begin to realize the most ambitious action ever taken by the United States. So ocean-based solutions are critical to achieving climate goals for the U.S. and the world. The ocean could provide as much as 20% of emissions reductions to meet a 1.5 degree target by 2050. Many of you have focused on efforts already underway to expand marine renewable energy, promote green shipping, deploy nature-based climate solutions, but additional work is needed. In the United States, the Biden-Harris administration is moving boldly with numerous ocean climate actions, including producing 30 gigawatts of energy from offshore wind by 2030, and deploying 15 gigawatts of energy from floating offshore wind, and lowering the cost for floating technologies by 70% by 2035, and conserving at least 30% of U.S. lands and waters by 2030, and working with the International Maritime Organization to reach zero emissions from international shipping no later than 2050. And joining the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy to leverage our common interests, and participating actively in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. But that's not all. And so here are the highlights of a few of the new announcements and events here at COP27. Earlier this week, the U.S., Norway, and Egypt launched the Green Shipping Challenge, which we've heard about, to put the shipping sector on a pathway this decade to limit global emissions to be consistent with 1.5 degree scenario. Also this week, the U.S. released an ambitious report and resource guide to shine a spotlight on the importance of nature-based solutions for climate, society, and biodiversity. And next Tuesday, with the Ocean Panel Secretariat, we're hosting an event at the U.S. Center to showcase ocean climate efforts by many Ocean Panel nations. And the challenges that climate brings for the ocean, coastal ecosystems and communities, and blue carbon habitats are highlighted in a new draft of the U.S. National Climate Assessment, which we released on Monday for public comment. And we have more waiting in the wings. The U.S. recently initiated the development of a whole-of-government ocean action plan to take even more ambitious ocean-based climate mitigation and adaptation action, to identify gaps in the science and management and recommend new actions. This action plan will feed into a broader effort to build a national sustainable ocean strategy, part of our commitment to joining the Ocean Panel. So in closing, it should be clear that the U.S. is acting on our knowledge about the power of ocean climate action, and that we are keen to join forces with you and others. Speakers in this session highlighted the need for bold, sustained action. We are focusing on realizing the emerging new narrative for the ocean, that it is key to our future. It is too large and too important to ignore. We know that the ocean is central to tackling climate change, and while our individual companies and organizations are acting, not everyone understands the central role of the ocean. We are making progress, but we have much more to do, because we've only just begun to tap the potential solutions for the ocean. So I'm grateful for all of your actions. Let's build on this momentum, for climate action is ocean action, and ocean action is climate action. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sally, for your leadership and for being back on track. Please do convey our very, very best to the Honourable Jane Lubchenco. She's always been a huge supporter of not only the Ocean and Climate Platform, but also marine issues in general, and she's one of our leaders, and I think we're huge fans of Jane in general, so thank you very much. In closing, please, I just want to thank, of course, the French Agency for Development for the support, and it was great partnering up for this great event today. All of the members of the platform, especially our amazing speakers today and our friends today. And I just want to say a huge thank you and say how proud I am of my team. Marine Le Serre, Cyrielle Lam, and Anaïs Després. They've been working like maniacs over the last few weeks and months to make this happen. So thank you very much. And if the speakers are still
Larson. One, two. Okay. Can you hear me? Non, est-ce que tu as le chrono un petit peu? Ouais. Ta présentation, t'as pas combien? Je vais faire un...
Check.
1, 2.
Au début, bonjour à toutes et tous, bienvenue à notre table ronde sur je donne le sujet. Je suis Michel, corps de Plaidoyer Climate. Je te laisse dire Antoine, Gilles, etc.
Ouais.
On présente succinctement.
Je te laisse commencer à présenter Climate. Tu te mets au micro.
On y va là?
Ouais.
En français.
Ok, on peut y aller.
Bien, bonjour à toutes et tous.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for your presence. Welcome to our panel on adaptation to climatic change. So welcome again. The title is To Act, to Adapt. Lessons learned and dialogue. I am from Plaidoyer Climate, and me, Antoine Gillot, Action Climat, ONG, and now three guests. Me, Bazet Dibangle, Miwa, Vice President of Climate Meli, and Anne-Marie Agadou and Corentin Gentil. Women Environment program when it comes to Anne-Laure Abagou. To present your climate in 2 words, we are in Think and Do tank, so we are involved for the equity in climatic terms. We are about advocacy, we are about learning, we are about, we have several dispensaries in many countries, in China, in Austria, in Mali, in Nepal, and many other countries. Is there anything you want to say? Yes, welcome. Thank you for being with us. I want, with no further ado, tell you the situation of climate change. We were created in 2015. The objective of our existence is to present to collect the non-state actors on one platform in order to work together on actions, attenuation of climate change and for the adaptation. Could I have the slides, please? Thank you very much. Climate change has three sites. The sharing information through a website. You can see initiatives and case studies all over the world. Also, the organization unifying events in Africa and in Europe. The last one took place in Dakar. It's about creating spaces of exchange and work and common work, and also the analyzing the climate action through the observatory. I'm the manager. We analyze the tendencies of the climate in order to tell the story that hides behind the figures. Concretely, the observatory, it's an editorial committee. It's a team with expertise network with researchers, consultants, journalists who want to contribute to the work of the observatory. So they tell me about the histories implemented all over the world. And all that leads to a collection of synthesis reports and case studies on national and local level climate actions. All that available for free on the net. This is, to me, it's good to see living heads alive, after 2 years behind the screen or in front of the screen. The objective of the observatory is to analyze objectively the dynamics of actions that have been implemented. We don't attach very much importance to projections, to scenarios, commitments. With what we want to do, our added value is to see the action in the past and now, to see what has worked, what gave some results, positive results in terms of emission. Then we want to inspire the actions by sharing good practices. We want to tell the story behind the figures, as I said before, relaying of all the available literature, reports and other articles, news and so on. The final objective is to trace the progress in climate action and to understand the strategies and actions in their diversity and their complementarity. Here are the three reports we've published this year. One on local governments from April. Climate finance just been unveiled together with finance, climate, and world balance of action climate by sectors. It will be presented in December in Paris, and on the 8th of December. I will tell you the main line today. They are available on the website and also on the COP. You can see, you can have some copies. I would like to thank all the partners that helped us. With no further ado, let's talk about the report divided in 5 sectors: energy, and something special about the carbon compensation to see how the market of carbon is an evolution. We thought it was the best. You can find it's just 200 pages, so it's pretty big, but you can see different places where you can find information. You can see you want to look for state studies for example, for case studies about waste management in the world. You can do it. We also have the trends. There's analysis papers, maybe they are slightly linear, and signals which means press reviews that will make you understand what's happening in the world, some being tendencies yet. And finally, we have the infographics about indicators that will show in every sector to understand on 2 pages the evolution of the big figures, I'd say, of every emission sector. So this is a synthesis of literature to enlighten and inspire actors. So everything is rigorously, you can read the sources, you can click, the report is interactive, so you can access our different sources from 1,000 of them that we use. You are responsible for climate plans. in a local government, this report is for you. Journalists, students, that was made for you. We try to adapt it to a different situation. These are the 10 lessons you will, takeaways, let's say, that you'll find on the website that are available physically today at the COP. I will present you a few of them in a synthetic way. Let's start from the panorama of emissions. It's important to have it in head. 2021 is the year when the emissions were the biggest in the history of mankind. We've never generated so many greenhouse gases. Our mission is not to stop there, but to look deeper and to discover the complexity of actions, regional and sectorial phenomenon. You will see in OCDE, for example, ODC, transitions measures have been implemented. We are below the objectives that we want to do. This is the dynamics that we engaged at the beginning of the 90s, and of course the BRICS, as they called, are they exceed by a lot what was predicted before the pandemic. The energy, that's what generates the biggest increase in emissions. This is why we're talking about an energy transition. What we can see in 2021 is that a lot of new power generation has appeared, hydroelectric, sun, winds. That's basically by China, because they at the same time they are the first producer, but at the same time they add new use of fossil energies. That's why we are at a level of coal emission current that is much bigger than in 2020 and 2019. On the right side, you can see two visual examples. The part of renewable energy in the production of electricity remained quite stable last year. And you can read a signal of university that I don't want to do fossil investments, but on the other side, there's opposition of students because we don't want them to work with companies that work with fossil energies. Okay, we're talking about energies. We see different tendencies in different countries. Today, when you look at the gas, for example, that's a very important subject nowadays. You can see that in the United States, the gas consumption stagnated in 2021. In Japan, we have a lowering tendency compared to 2021. It's kept going down, and the consumption, regardless of the climatic tendencies. Something that excludes the climatic component that can play on it. In Europe, we have a big problem to find a transition peak with levels that exceed very widely 2018. We are between two chairs, so to say. We have problems to exit the gas. What is sure is that we've started to leave the coal. Australia, Japan, that have been very dependent on the coal. The government a few years ago, they still have use less coal for production because they are less profitable. I mean, coal is less profitable than renewable energy. We see the same thing in Europe, and in Europe, the consumption of coal rocketed because of the problems of the gas market, but the long-term tendency is lowering the capacities of production based on coal. Finally, if we look sector, I took the one of transports because this is a sector that has a huge increase of emissions. If we would get into details, some countries made it to lower their emissions. Sweden, Norway, Holland, because of basically of electrification, thanks to the car industry that understands the situation. They want to reduce their carbon footprint. So we see that car producers are working a lot in reducing the carbon print. We can see the electrification means doubling the sales of electric vehicles in 2021. 1 or 2 vehicles are like 2 vehicles on time. 20% are, but 8 remain traditional, working on traditional engines. So we are the market is changing. That for now it's just accumulation. We're trying to sell more and more vehicles. The booth apologizes. We can't hear nothing now. There is a high efficiency of public investments. It's the international agency that gives these figures. There were 2,073 billion on investments in electric vehicles. That's an increase compared to the previous year. It's like 10% of the total expense in this sector, but they represented 20% in 2017. So the situation is different. What does it mean? It means that the public investments is a lever for private investments. You need to obtain financements. The companies accelerate the transition of the market, but the electric market is counterbalanced by the sales of SUVs. That's like 40% of vehicles in the world of the sales. 50% has been exceeded in China and in the States. That's a big source of emissions. 4 on 10 vehicles today, I'm not talking about the electric market, it's SUVs. They are heavier, more energy consuming, more space consuming, because they use more space. This is how we're trying to move in the report. Now the convergence of the geopolitical and another element. You know, the political choices that are done correspond to geopolitical strategies taken by states. If we remain on the electric vehicle, we can see there is a will to regionalize and to relocate the productions. There is a capitalistic concentration on the countries. Let's take the electric batteries. 70% of lithium is produced in China. All the metals necessary for the production of this battery are concentrated in a few countries that are not real democracies, as you know. But we still see that Europe and the United States, they want to master their transition and they want to reindustrialize their strategical sectors. They promote the national champions. Like we have 1,400 gigawatts on gigafactory planned in Europe on 40 sites. Lots of have been promoted by the United States. All that to promote local, regional construction. Okay, this movement I'm talking about, the regionalization, is accompanied by by moments of fusion and acquisition, and the bankruptcies of small actors like alternative energy providers. Another tendency you can see in the report is the one I told you about, the voluntary carbon market. We can see today that it's been multiplied by 4, from $500 to $2 billion. Great success of solutions, great success of loans for solutions based on nature. The banks want to make their action more credible, so they finance willingly this type of initiatives. But we see that the market has no pure CO2 elimination loans. These are the details to understand the evolution of this market. which is used by all the companies that are working for net zero. I will end before getting on the new subject, the subject of adaptations. Civic society will yield in the report analysis on the results obtained by climatic processes engaged all over the world. We have databases that allow us to follow them, to find results. We have this analysis of the London Schools of Economics that reminds us that the half of the decisions climate connected don't lead to court decisions, do not end with decisions positive for the clients. And we see in the civic society that the activists in big companies commence to bring its fruits. You have more and more decisions voted in favor of the climate, but some are stopped very early because companies don't want to do things that are not supported by the board. So we saw transition engagements are here, but relatively they are still emerging. But it still doesn't move to low carbon industry. Their investments remain very small compared to their fossil activities. Let's talk a little bit the adaptation, and I'll give the floor to Luc. What we've seen in adaptation, we see that we have an increase, substantial increase of financing by the banks, private and nationals, but it's very far from the parity with attenuation. As the Paris, in Paris we said 50%. Now we are at 7%. We're talking about big project above $10 million, which is difficult. Which means that the small projects have problems, especially because they have no tools for good monitoring. Less than 2% of academic publication on the inflation adaptation feature indicators of risk reductions. There's still a big problem to associate the adoption to impact measurements, concrete impact measurements. Thank you very much for your attention. You can read calmly, not that quickly, our publications. Don't hesitate to come to see us, and the full report will be published on the 8th of December in Paris. Luc, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antoine. Many thanks, Antoine, for this introduction, which allows us to kick things off when it comes to our debate, and especially the lessons learned about adaptation. We wanted to organize this discussion and to organize it on the solutions in terms of adaptation, the differences between North and South, the youth issue, and two main topics, the gender issue and the agriculture issue. To get things started, Mimosette, hello, you come from Bangaliwa, but you are originally from Cameroon. You left to Mali, by the way, in order to study. You are a doctor in ophthalmology. You're specializing. You are Climate Mali vice head coordinator for the Women in Climate organization. Why have you chosen this topic, and what's the link between women and climate change? Thank you, Luc, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon to you all. Many among us wonder why we talk about gender when talking about climate change. The first answer is women amount to 51% of the world's population. Among those who are poor, 70% are women, which makes understandable that we are a majority, women are a majority, so especially when we talk about the poor. So every time we talk about climate change, we have to talk about women, because women stand for the production of 80% of what we eat, both when it comes to domestic production and commerce production. So how does climate change impact women? Women within families are in charge of buying or getting water, energy, especially when it comes to cooking. And that means the consequences of climate change impact agriculture, but also women, because the yields go down and the economic situation of women suffers. Second point, there is the fact that women go further, longer distances, they spend the vast majority of their day walking in order to look for drinkable water because of climate change, which makes them less efficient in their other activities. They lack time, the time they would need to develop their competencies to be able to do something else, and that's how women are weakened and how their situation is threatened by climate change. There is yet another factor. We're talking about women from rural areas here. Those are usually helped by their daughters or their sons, but more commonly their daughters. So the work burden changes with climate change because of the scarcity of the natural resources. So the daughters help their mothers seeking for water, which raises yet another problem, which is the fact daughters don't go to school or seldomly do so because we need them to look for water. So girls less often than boys attend schools, which raises other issues like early marriage. If I take the situation in Mali, women very often live thanks to agriculture, transform the products of agriculture to sell them. But the rising scarcity of those natural resources caused by climate change mean they often have to work in gold mines, for instance. And while young girls go to the cities, to the bigger cities, to search for work as housemaids or barmaids. They are not always well treated and often ill paid. And that's how women are impacted, to answer your question. Another thing, when it comes to natural disasters, women usually are worse off in case of floods. For example, they are physically weaker and are in worse situation. Very often what they do also is they put their children above any other need. And that's how women feel once again suffer worse consequences from climate change than men. In addition, in case of natural disasters, women very often have to move towards other zones, other regions, other cities to look for shelter. This is when they are sometimes harassed or even raped. And that's how, in a very tangible way, women are affected by climate change. In a couple of words, would you have some beginnings of ideas of solutions and proposals? Well, indeed. When it comes to the solutions, I think we should start with education. Educating women. As we speak about climate change, education is always important, because as long as women don't know what climate change is, they can't be able to participate to the decision making that concerns them. Additionally, women should be trained to embrace various careers so that they are less affected by climate change. Very often what happens, as I was saying, is they migrate and look for other jobs. They are inexperienced and they lack any kinds of competencies. When a woman is trained, it makes it far easier for her to find a job someplace else, or to create a community forest that needs to be exploited by women together, so that they gain some resources from them, and that can solve the migration issue, which allows us to talk about the harassment and rapes while during waves of migration. Additionally, women should have an equal and a fair access, the same access as men, obviously, when it comes to acquiring lands, when it comes to access to credits, mortgages, especially real estate mortgages. Because if you take the African context, as long as a given woman live, when a woman loses her parents, what frequently happens is her brother inherits, because she's going to marry, so that your brother gets everything from your deceased parents, and you and as you know, money goes to money. It's quite difficult to go to receive a mortgage, to get some money from the bank when you don't have any degrees, when you're not specially trained, when you don't have any kind of property. Women cooperatives, in addition, I would like to underline this aspect, because cooperatives are an opportunity for women to work together, to share experiences, so that other women, younger women, avoid to fall in the pitfalls they have fallen in earlier, to repeat the same mistakes. And that's good for women, that's good for families, that's good for the whole community, and that's one of the solutions that could be put forward. Women's cooperatives. Thank you, Mimosette. Thanks a lot. Anne-Marie Abagou, you're Executive Director of the Women Environment Program.
The same question. If you want to introduce yourself and then propose some solutions. So, question from your experience working at the EP in Nigeria. Do you have any examples of locally led adaptation initiatives that have a direct and quick positive impact on communities, and notably vulnerable populations such as women?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Anne-Marie Abagu, and I come from Nigeria, and I work with Women Environmental Program. And first of all, I just wanted to add just a little bit to what she said. Women should not just be trained on understanding climate change. Rural women already know what climate change is. It's just the language barrier. So it's how to train them in their local languages. Once you do that, they already know what climate change is, because it's already affecting them personally. And also, some of the solutions some of the initiatives that we came up with that was quick. First of all, policy-wise, even though it took us 5 years to get the Gender Action Plan on climate change implemented, and we supported the Ministry of we supported the Ministry of Environment, Federal Ministry of Environment of Nigeria, to implement the Gender Action Plan on climate change. And that quickly pushed for the implementation, the strategic implementation strategy, and that also helped the government to realize that, okay, we need to start prioritizing gender mainstreaming in most of the ministries, and that pushed for a budgetary allocation, which now they are trying to sensitize other sub-states in Nigeria on the Gender Action Plan, and how they can, and how the local governments can also key into the action plan. Another initiative that we came up with also was agroecology and nature-based solutions. first of all, we have offices in Niger, Togo, Burkina Faso, Tunisia, and most of the initiatives that we do, we try to incorporate it in all these countries. And this nature-based solution that we came up with was organic fertilizers and pesticides. Now, for us in Nigeria, we're using a tree, we call it the neem tree. And the tree alone, from the seeds to the leaves to the back of the tree, you can use it completely for fertilizing the crops, the soil, and also pesticides. And while in Togo, the approach they used was mushroom and compost. So we know some of these solutions, we just have forgotten about it, because this is something that our ancestors used to practice back in the day. So another initiative that we have come up with also is solar dryer tents. Now, this is a locally constructed solar dryer tent, which does not necessarily need a solar dryer because it's really expensive. And since we have the sun, women mostly in these communities, they dry their perishable crops on the road. And you can imagine the health implications, and the animals will also feed on it. So we had to construct like a solar dryer tent, which they can easily dry their food. And we trained them on how to also package this food stuff and sell. And even the organic fertilizers and the organic fertilizers and pesticides, our office in Togo, they have been training young women not just to use these nature-based solutions, but also to make it a business. And that has also helped most of the local women on ground. Thank you.
And in the report, we have a great piece of study about coffee production, which was written by Aude Valade. She's a researcher at the CIRAD in France. And she tells about the story of coffee producer communities in Rwanda and Uganda, mostly compounded of women. And I think this example, as you said, about agroecology shows that adaptation is not only about infrastructure and technologies, it's also about social resiliences and social organization, right?
Yes, sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
No, I was just saying that often we see adaptation as being a matter of infrastructure or technologies, and actually the example we've provided and those that we've studied in the report show that it's also about social organization.
Yes, it is about social organizations, because the truth of the matter is we come here, most of the indigenous people and the communities do not have the opportunity to come here and air out their voices, which is why one of the approaches we have tried to follow is I have to be selfish and say we're having a side event on Saturday here, and sorry, excuse me. So it's on. The theme is delivering climate justice to local populations and regions. And we decided to do a documentary because I'm sure most of you are aware of the climate, of the flood that's happening in most of the African countries right now. So the approach we used was we did a documentary talking to local communities, how this flood and what climate change how it has affected them personally. Not just we focused on women, old people, persons with disabilities, so that they can tell the rest of us who have the opportunity to come here how it's really affecting them. Because the truth of the matter is, if you don't involve them from the grassroots, we're not achieving anything. And looking at the way the negotiations are going right now, it's heartbreaking because they're not really going anywhere. And yes, I'm glad that they're focusing on the issue of loss and damage, which is really key. But we need to stop talking on the surface, and we need action. That's what we need right now.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie, sorry. Thank you very much. Corentin, vous êtes jeune délégué pour le climat.
A young delegate for climate 2022, sorry, as time goes by. I'm a bit nervous. So 2022, you're also a student, École Normale Supérieure in France. I wanted to ask you the following question. According to you, what can French youngsters learn from what African youngsters do, from their commitment and their actions, the actions they take? Seems to be working, doesn't it? Thank you, Luc, for that question. I'm very happy and honored to be here. To start with, I'll answer basing first thing upon the relation between France and climate change, and the relation between Africa and climate change. In Africa, you face the consequences of climate change. France is more one of the countries you can put it down on, and that's the main difference. I think this is what we can learn as French youngsters, that our country had it coming, and that's something I've learned while discussing with youngsters in Africa. The main projects are about reforestation, it's about mangroves planting, it's about sustainable agriculture. In France, though, the committed youngsters are more into talking, into advocacy. They ask for practices shift, for practices changing, and that's a lesson learned. Now, to explain the existence of those differences, what they come from, why many young people in Africa are more into solutions and more into agriculture. If you look at the figures when it comes to greenhouses emissions, you have 3% in Africa linked with fossil fuels and the industry. But it's 7% if you take agriculture. So it makes it double. If you take in consideration the agriculture sector, broadly speaking, the figures when it comes to greenhouse gases emissions are doubled. Africa is one of the main zones when it comes to reforestation. We're less into reforestation in France or in Europe, broadly speaking, which is a bit of a pity. You don't see many youngsters, so many activists on the field planting trees, recreating forests. But Africa is also one of the most vulnerable continents, or the most vulnerable continents. No wonder we keep on looking for solutions on the field. It's quite different in Europe. We are those who suffer the consequences the less, while we are accountable. So that's why many youngsters in Europe ask companies to change, ask the governments to change. It's more about advocacy, more about being spokespersons, more about talking states, companies and people into changing their habits. So the lessons we can draw upon the commitments of African youngsters is more action on field. It's in order to be at the heart of the issue and not only into talking and asking to change. Be the change you want to observe. Well, what do you think about what Corentin said? This will be time for discussion, so feel free to take the floor whenever you like. Well, yes, definitely. I've listened to Corentin with a huge interest because I'm come from Africa, from Cameroon, but originally from Mali. To answer Corentin directly, this is what we do when it comes to Climate Mali, for instance. Our association creates projects, the vast majority of which concerns adaptation. So we reforest, we are into advocacy as well. But I would like to say that we don't want to put the whole responsibility on certain countries, on certain continents. We don't want to be miserable. We want to raise consciences, because Africa pollutes less, that's a fact, but we all of us have a role to play in this fight. We often say that the developed countries have polluted the most and that's it upon them to repair the situation. That's not the way. That's not the road down which I would like to go. I would like to ask everybody, each person, in proportion to their possibilities, to act while segregating waste, rubbish, while when it comes to energy. When you have water turned on, you come back home. You see a flood in your house. It's a pity for your house. It's a pity for you, but it's stupid by the same way. So we have the issue of the energy resources scarcity. It's an easy thing to switch the light off when you leave a room, and that's something everyone can do, not only in the developed countries, but in every country, in every continent. So at your level, proportionally to your possibilities, to your scale, there is no. Everybody has a role to play. Same thing in the streets. We ask people not to throw their rubbish on the pavement or wherever, because this rubbish lands in the water. The same waste lands in the water that prevents water from making its way to the pipelines, and that's how you get floods. So sensibilization is important. We have, as individuals, we have a role to play everywhere, not only in France, not only in Europe. Thank you.
Yes, I agree that everyone has a role to play. And most importantly of all, I think we need to stop focusing on the financial gain, because I feel that is what the biggest polluters are focused on. They don't really care about the consequences of what their business is doing to the marginalized population. Let me give you an example. Like, I'm sure most of you don't really know about the Niger Delta, the pollution that is going on in the Niger Delta in Nigeria. It is terrible. People, you see communities like they're living where there's gas flaring, broad daylight. They have to sleep, eat, breathe this gas flaring every day, and it's affecting them health-wise. Mortality rate is high. There's no hospitals. I feel that the biggest polluters should be fined heavily for this, because yes, we all have a role to play, but also they are this. I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional about this, but the community people need their voices to be heard. And yes, they're being trampled upon, but that is what the civil society are here for. That is why we're here to push their voices. I have to keep stressing that. We need to stop talking the talk and walk action. We want action. That is just what we want. And that starts with you and me. It starts with all of us. So the quicker we stop talking too much and start acting, the better for all of us. Thank you.
Merci Anne-Marie. Ça me permet de...
Thank you, Anne-Marie. That's again about the following the action. We have a lot of advocacy. We have lots of appeals for actions that's been launched, calls for action. We are here, Climate Action, and we are the actor of the mobilization of the youth. of young people who try to engage. We're trying to engage the youth as a group, but also as individuals in the climate action. We want the actors to feel able to act, not only wait for action of the states. This non-state aspect is essential. This is why for 5 years we were making this effort in climate change to put around the table the companies, the NGOs, the local governments, the cities and the regions, to make them work together. What we take out from Dakar was that we felt an emulation. We have a small project creator from Senegal that comes to such a meeting and finds financement. That's an example when you come from advocacy to concrete actions, and people are coming to tell us how this mechanism have been implemented. Stadkadi by Will and Engage for the Future. It's an NGO that works, of course, for women. About the energy communities in Georgia, like production organized by 10 women, that also allows to spread the well behaviors and to adapt the equipments of the households, etc., etc. What we observe today is that we have an action that is hyper efficient, that takes into consideration the local populations, that brings measurable aspects in terms of carbon, but who has great problems to find financement because there's a lack of space to host the civil society, to bring together companies and other actors like cities and regions.
Thanks a lot. Antoine Mimosat, you wanted to pick up on that, didn't you? Right, I did, and I do. It concerns the way you act in Africa. It's always towards adaptation in Africa. That's how activists work. There is a project named Women and Climate Change. This is the project I'm pushing forward here during the COP. The project aims at training women, 300 women with children, preferably in Mali, and that's a training program upon the way to sell organic vegetables. It's also a training about the way to build updated households. Not sure you know how updated households are, but those are households that reduce wood consumption. You use less wood, which means you rely less upon forests, which contributes to saving forests. This bears another advantage, by the way, because it has women less exposed to heat during cooking. So you get trainings about the way you can make water purer. Water is the main. The Niger River is the main source of water in Mali. It's very often not drinkable, not polluted by the women themselves, who, of course, paint and dye some tissues. But this is one of the reasons. The water that you've been using during the dyeing process, lands, so to speak, in the river. So the question is around the way you can process water afterwards. In the framework of the same project, we tell women what they can do locally to be able to migrate to other regions, towards other regions or cities. but telling them also how they could remain where they are and keep taking good care of their families. That we started this project in 2020. We're still looking for money. I am the first coordinator of this project. We aim we want to keep on working on that project that was launched in 2020, which is 2 years ago, and we're still looking for money. Thank you. Okay, I'm afraid we're running out of time, so a couple of words to conclude, and then I would like somebody from the audience to ask you a couple of questions, perhaps.
Conclude and just add a little bit to what she said. Also, part of the training, one of the trainings that we're doing, it's mostly on green jobs, and we trained a couple of women on how to use plastics and leather to make tiles and other like bags and all of that. So one of the women that has done that training, she has been training other women, which has been really a good business for her. We also brought some bags, some of the products that they brought. And I just wanted to conclude by saying that this has been a wonderful opportunity, and I feel that there are different solutions that are already existing. So I think we should stop coming up with new solutions and reflect back on the existing solutions. How can we make it better? Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
All right, yes. I'd like to pick upon what you were saying briefly. I was talking about the differences between activists in Africa and in Europe, and now something different. What are the common denominators? We have to mobilize more people, and we have to work on changing mentalities, mindsets, so that more people turn towards acting on the field, acting inside companies to mobilize more people around the fight against climate change, because fighting together is the only way to find a solution. But let's not leave anybody behind, the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, the weakest. Let's find efficient solutions together. Thanks. Gilbert Moderoche is the Director Sustainable Development from Schneider Electric, a long-lasting support, not only his laboratory, but for climate change in general. Gilles, thanks for being here. We've been talking a lot about youth, about youngsters during this discussion. We've talked about mobilizing civil society and companies. You have a long experience as a Schneider Electric manager. I'd like to hail your commitment when it comes to youngsters, by the way. So what's the situation and what are the forecasts? Well, thanks for that discussion. First things first. I'm not a youngster, as you might have noticed. I'm very experienced as a youngster. I've been a youngster for a very long time. While listening to you, I was thinking, when you remain silent, you're sitting here, you hear the rest. And the question that might occur is, for what purpose we came here? And that's a question we ask ourselves, because we also have a carbon footprint while coming here, because we take the plane, because we take the bus, etc. If not for that noise, the negotiation next year would bear worse fruit. So we are doing something. Perhaps is it not deeply useful to the negotiations that are going on there? Not that, and they're doing badly. believe me. But for the upcoming generations, for your generation in particular, I think that might be useful because that shows we are mobilized, we are committed, we talk a lot. Of course, it's a bubble tower it's to a certain extent, but it's essential, first thing. Second thing, it's a specific moment, it's a turning point, and your voices are more essential than they have ever been. Especially, I love figures. In history, never have we had as many youngsters aged from 15 to 25. The vast majority of today's youngsters are better trained than in the past. Of course, more than in the past, but many youngsters don't go to school, and that's genius lost. That's potential genius lost. Mozart is being killed, as we say in France. So the question is, what we are going to do tomorrow? You are the impact generation, so how are we to link sense, future, and what you believe in, and what you are pushing forward? You're more into action. In Europe, they are more into talking. Both are different, but both are important. Some might tell Europeans that it's sometimes important to take your hands out of your pockets and start working. I'm a manager, I'm from a company, so I'm more into doing, but the fact is, you are just as useful when it comes to changing the way we consume, the way we work, the way we behave, the private sector, the public sector, the solution makers, just as we are, we the companies. Climate Change has had and keeps having a wonderful network with lots of non-governmental organizations that are not always used to working together. Companies, private companies, we often talk badly about private companies, but they have the solutions when it comes to electric cars, among others. So this dialogue is absolutely essential. This mobilization we are acting for is not enough. I would like to hail climate change because you are bringing data, you are bringing knowledge, you are creating knowledge enriched by the action of all these non-governmental organizations, all these non-state actors. And that's about observing the situation you have to observe reality if you want to change it. You have to know what it is. The analysis are thus essential to answer the needs, to meet the expectations of the youngsters. So thanks a lot for what you're doing and what you've said today. Thanks a lot, Gilles. I think we can go on with a round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you. Thanks to the audience for your presence. The impact generation, those are the words I would take home. Luc, a word from you perhaps? Well, same thing. I would like to warmly thank all the guests, Mimosette, Anne-Marie, Corentin. Corentin, I know you'll be running to some other round table just about now. So thanks to all of you. Many thanks to the French Pavilion for welcoming us, for giving us the opportunity to organize this discussion. Thanks to Climate Change. It has been a pleasure to organize and to lead this round table together with you.
Yeah. Better? Yes. Okay, good afternoon everybody. Bonjour. It's a pleasure to be in the French pavilion today. And it's not loud enough? So, is it better? Okay. So, I repeat, good afternoon everybody. We have a very interesting panel today, and I'm very happy to welcome Runa Khan from Friendship Organization, Nicolas Plein from RISE, and Sylvain Petit from SMILO. And today we are going to talk about local communities' knowledge and indigenous knowledge. So this is a conference on climate and of course on biodiversity as well, even if it's not the main focus. And we have to realize that, for example, indigenous communities represent only 5% of the world population, but they preserve 80% of our biodiversity. In the case of climate and all what is happening, especially in the global south, too often local communities are not listened to, their voice are not heard, and we will see in the field of friendship as well as in small islands, their knowledge is absolutely essential. And let's remember that in their case, the climate crisis is most and above all a question of human rights, because we are talking about survival most of the time, especially for the island of the Pacific, but for islands all over the world. If sea rise continue, they might not survive. So I'm really happy to have this discussion today. And I think we will start immediately. And I would like to pass the floor to Runa Khan and ask you to talk about what is especially the action of friendship.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really happy to be here and with our two other panelists, you know, who are also having such important impact and the causes for the cause which we are all striving for. So just to tell you a little bit about Bangladesh, is a country which is 1/4 the size of France and 70 million people and 52% underwater all the time. And here Friendship started working with the first mobile ship hospitals for climate migrants, which I'm not actually supposed to say, it's IDPs. But they are migrant because they change their houses and they move their houses sometimes 42 times, 60. I found somebody who moved their houses 68 times. Now, and these are not 1,000 or 2,000 people or hundreds of thousands of people. These are millions. To address millions of people who are migrating continuously, several times a year, losing their homes, losing everything, how do you deal with this, and how do you fill the gaps which are for everything in their life? So we started working on 4 themes. One was, of course, saving lives. So we have health and relief work, etc. Then everything that we did needed this thread of climate actions. Everything, preparedness to relief work, to ensuring their access to finances, etc. Then, of course, you do all this, but when they migrate, there is poverty. Poverty alleviation, and in the end, when you leave them behind, you have to ensure that you leave them empowered so that they can take their lives in their own hand and continue their life and move it forward. Today we address directly 7.5 million people annually. The effectiveness is not caused because we have made a dramatic project, or we have a lot of money, or that the programs are very good. the dramatic effect and impact is really, really deeply caused because we listen to the people. We listen to the people, what the communities, where their pains are, where their sufferings are, what their solutions, and then we listen to what they don't say because we have to find a solution from there. For example, a person can come to you with burns and we can treat the burns, but we also have to know the cause of burns. So these are things that we have to work together for this social climatic injustice. Friendship has solutions which need to be incorporated and internalized by the people themselves. For example, we have nature-based solutions and locally led adaptations. These are all words, actually, because at the end of the day, if you don't work with the community, and all these are part of that, impact doesn't happen and you don't improve lives that you touch. So, for example, islands are breaking. You can build hundreds of flood shelters, they all break. So we initiated cluster villages where people themselves put their land higher than the surrounding flood area, and hundreds of people come there during a flood and they can restart their life without losing everything. We move on to doing mangroves where the community themselves are being empowered to take care of the mangroves. We have things which are, designing houses with them, teaching them how to build disaster resilience houses, and in the end, coming to all our, taking the services which are so needed to restart their lives. Most of it we try to provide, or we link them up to those other services which are available in the area. I would like to show you a little bit, a very short video of 3 minutes on some voices who have gone through the climate sufferings that we speak of here at COP. These voices cannot come, they're not coming here because they cannot access the pavilions, who need to access the governments and the decision makers. But these are the voices in millions who are every day of their lives getting impacted. Can we listen to that? Thank you.
Imagine an island of silt, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. No permanent infrastructure is possible here. Yet, over 2,000 climate migrants are trying to live and survive day by day on this very island.
এই তো এখানে আমাদের বাড়ি ছিল, 200-250 পরিবার এখানে বসবাস করতাম। এটা বসতই ছিল। বন্যার সময় নাক পর্যন্ত তলায় যায়। এখন মনে করেন যে বন্যারও কোনো ঠিক নাই, আমাদেরও কোনো ঠিক নাই। একটা ফসল যে ফলানো, ফসল ফলা কোনো শান্তি পাই না। ওই ফসল ফলাই বন্যা এসে এই ফসল ধুয়ে নিয়ে যায়।
Bangladesh is the land of 1,000 rivers. Floods have always visited this land year after year because of the country's geographical and climatical conditions. Yet the present scenario is totally different. Floods are no longer predictable, for it happens 3, 4, even 5 times a year. This unpredictability in time and period of flooding causes huge loss to the economy and lives of people.
এখন আমার বাড়িঘর সব ভেঙে চলে গেছে, ভেঙে যাওয়ার পর আমি এখানে একটু আশ্রয় পেয়েছি। এই আশ্রয় নিয়ে আমি এখানে ছেলেদের নিয়ে আর কি জোড়া করা সংসার করে খাইতেছি। এটাই আমাদের আশ্রয়। আল্লাহ।
This is why we started to work with climate-impacted communities long ago. Preparedness for disaster, we introduced an approach called CIDRR, Community-Initiated Disaster Risk Reduction. This approach was initiated to train and build capacity blended with indigenous knowledge and modern concepts, creating totally local solutions. Then we ensured relief and shelter for those like Salam. This was not enough. We introduced transitional funding.
The concept of transition fund by Rona Khan is a way forward, is a bridge between the under poverty situation to mainstream, between the relief receiving situation to mainstream and to resilient. This is a raised plinth. You meet people here, all were displaced because of river erosion. See, we designed the plinth in a way when water comes from north, because of oval shaped plinth, the flow of water breaks and that can't break the plinth. 30 families can live here for longer period.
We have built 18 plinths, but a lot more are needed. For today, thanks to these plinths, many of the migrants have shelters for themselves and their livestock. But much more food is needed for the months of flood. Together with the community, we had to find other new, locally led, nature-based solutions.
Hi everyone. Just maybe to complete one or two elements. The friendship journey actually started in France with a river barge that was transformed into the first boat hospital, and this is quite an amazing story. Most importantly, when we say working with communities has value, it means that 2/3 of our 4,000 people working with friendship are recruited from the communities. Why is that so important? You can have the best clinic you want. If there is no trust between the people working in the clinic and the communities, people will just not come to the boat, not come to the clinic. So it's just a question of effectiveness, but the question of trust, I think, is really at the core. The reason why it's, am I speaking too loud? Speed. The reason why it's so important today to work with is not only to be reactive to the crisis, such as COVID or cyclone, but what we see today when you are working in a country like this is a country which is the most confronted to climate change issue. And there is no option but to go to innovation and to inspire the rest of the world. And of course we need to be reactive, but also there are solutions that are spreading around the world. Why is NASA calling Bangladeshi expert after Katrina Uragan? It's because it's the country the most exposed to the climate change. So there's huge amount of knowledge. Thank you.
Oui, on s'entend bien. Donc, bonjour à tous, je vais parler en français, moi un peu comme on a...
I'm going to speak in French, as we are in a French pavilion. Et on a les interprètes à côté, and we have interpreters just on outside. We're very happy with all these initiatives that we've done in friendship and really centered on solution, as Rona said. If we're talking about solutions and we don't implement, then it doesn't make sense. So great, bravo for all you're doing. I will tell you, Rise World Heritage, it's an initiative, it's a foundation that we've created in order to valorize all these initiatives that are local and that will at the same time for objective to mix the local knowledge we talked about, the science, the new technologies, all that to find innovative solutions to climate in terms of adaptation and attenuation, but also in terms of biodiversity. So the general idea of RISE was to focus on this, and I was saying earlier, it was to bring these solutions to public and private decision makers, companies on one side like Schneider Electric, bottom consulting group, who help us to access to this decision makers and to show them yes, we have technologies, it's very interesting, but we have also other things because we have this local approach and the local know-how. So we try to gather or to bring together these two worlds to win this run. So I will show you the teaser of a document and then I'll tell you more about it. I don't know if it's going to work.
previous decades show us that to deal with the climate and biodiversity emergency, technology alone is not sufficient. We need to find complementary approaches. Local communities living in the most remote areas on our planet have been connected to nature for millennia. As true climate sentinels, they're on the front lines of climate change effects. Often living in extreme environments in harmony with nature. They have to adapt and rely on their ingenuity to invent nature-based solutions, while the industrial approach is more reliant on engineering and technology. But what if we could hear their voices all over the world to change the way we fight against climate change and preserve biodiversity? The engineer and scientist, Dr. Nicolas Plein, will meet local leaders in the most threatened places on Earth. Flying over their habitat, Dr. Plein and his hosts will observe under their feet the effects of climate change. And more importantly, the solutions they are implementing to cope with it.
With our new documentary, Rise, I will show you 5 incredible solutions that you have never heard of.
On the ground, they will also meet with scientists and low or high-tech innovators to discover complementary solutions to tackle these problems. But what they will discover goes beyond local action. Through human contact, mutual respect, and willingness to learn on both sides, Nicolas and his hosts will discover new ways of approaching climate change and biodiversity loss. Mixing ancestral knowledge, sciences, and technologies, they will discover incredible potential to scale up these solutions and ideas all over the world. They will then bring these ideas and solutions to private and public leaders and get them implemented quickly and at scale to win the race against climate change and biodiversity loss.
Is having a full impact with the full ecosystem we're working with.
The future is in our hands, and it's true for all of us.
This experience will forever change their outlook on the world, inspiring us to consider new ways of thinking and finding solutions.
Voilà, donc c'était le teaser du...
Well, that was the teaser of our short documentary movie. The main idea being to act both globally and locally. We won't be watching that 2 times. We won't watch it twice. So to find different types of solutions and approaches using the 17 objectives, sustainable development topics, we have five episodes, 60 minutes each. We've focused on reforestation, transport, and extreme events, reforestation, coast and agriculture. The idea being, because we have the technologies, we've seen in the past that technologies are not enough. They're not enough. They're not sufficient. You can't. Both in terms of climate and biodiversity, so we want to go beyond by mixing all the approaches and those innovative approaches. The idea being to come up with 5 episodes, 5 topics, and 5 local communities. So you have reforestation, Borneo, people who put in place very, very interesting solutions in terms of reforestation. Together with technicians, with engineers, with scientists, you determine which are the priority areas to reforest, and then local communities do it using their traditional knowledge when it comes to planting trees instead of tree monocultures, which is what you get sometimes when it comes to carbon credits, which are not the best solutions, especially for biodiversity. You have the Inuit in Canada well, lands, where there is Kenya as well, Quechua in Peru, South America, where you have traditional Inca irrigation services so that you provide people with water, and perhaps Bangladesh in an upcoming episode. Feel invited, that would be great. And this is pushed forward by a fund, an endowment fund, because we wanted it to be non-lucrative. So it's a collection of documentaries. We have other pillars, 3 pillars: education, first thing, communication. Sorry, not education, communication. That's what the movies are for, with leaders who fly with us, so that they see what climate change means. We have the second is education, with toolkits. In plain English, toolkits, education kits for schools, because we have partner schools, and advocacy with white papers for the decision makers to go beyond the documentaries themselves. Documentaries are a tool, a cool tool, but it's not the aim, it's a tool. Okay? Great. And that's my email address and my phone number. Sylvain, feel free to take the floor.
Oh. Merci.
Thank you, Nicolas.
We hope that the audience would be as international as possible. So as you cannot see here, since I have no slides, you'll have to stay focused with me. I'm representing SMILO. So it's a French-based NGO working with the island communities worldwide, trying to support them towards more sustainable practices, towards a more sustainable management of their territories. We are born from an initiative from the French coastal agency, le Conservatoire du Littoral, which is still hosting us. We are an NGO on our own for now 6 years. Our idea is try to oil the wheels on those small islands. So try to find a dynamic and feed it, support it. Our approach is first to work on the governance of the territories. So our main effort is drinking coffee or having beers with guys on these islands. Why am I saying that? That our job is also a great pleasure, but the major effort of ours is to have the public authorities, the inhabitants of the island, the civil society, and also the private sector to sit together. So on these small islands where we work, we try to have them sit together and discuss a diagnosis on 5 themes, which are core to our understanding of sustainable development. And those 5 themes are water, waste, energy, biodiversity, and landscape for a more cultural aspect. Pretty much in line with what Nicolas was showing us, we try to reflect on the ground the sustainable development goals. To accompany those local communities to do what they do better, we've created a label, a small sustainable island label, which is a process, methods and tools that are here to help those local communities. Then the major effort also for us afterwards is to try to make connections between islands in the north of Europe with the islands in the north of Madagascar, others we work with in Southeast Asia. So, and also the Pacific. I see the Moana blue Pacific pavilion here. So with no transition or a little transition, actually I'll give I will try to put the video of one of our latest members. It's the Loyalty Island, les Îles de Loyauté in New Caledonia, France, which just joined us. So it's a message from them.
Distinguished delegates, dear friends of the ocean and islands, dear participants, I'm Audra Leslie, head of the Environment Commission at the New Caledonia Parliament, called Congress, and vice president of the Loyalty Island Province. The Loyalty Island Province is 4 islands, Mare, Lifu, Uvea and Tiga, surrounding New Caledonia main island, in South Pacific in between Kiribati, Fiji, Vanuatu, New Zealand and Australia. We are 30,000 inhabitants living with our local custom and inherited regulation. Our 4 islands with their atolls and marine area are more or less as wide as a metropolitan French region. And I'm here with you via this video message to share about the urgency to act to keep our pristine islands, our culture, customers, heritage, and livelihoods and safe in the climate emergency situation we are facing now. Because we need to conserve our pristine and very vulnerable biodiversity and culture in the context of the climate emergency we are in now, because of rising sea level in our islands and mainly in Uvea, because of storms, drought and extreme weather events with more devastating effects, we have to act now. This is why, in less than 2 years, the Loyalty Island Province designed a territorial resilience plan we are now putting in place. Through this plan, we World Territory is making environmental emergency our #1 priority from our custom and autochthon culture. This summer, our Innov by Loyalty Forum resulted in the Loyalty Island Declaration circulate in the World Pacific region, in France, in Europe, and made it possible to acquaint our project with international contact and partners. In September, we were at the General Assembly of SMILO with more than 50 representatives of small islands around the world for Uvea, and the atoll reached the Sustainable Island label from SMILO for its biodiversity and its landscape. I'm sorry I can't be with you physically for this COP27. Indeed, the Loyalty Island needs you, in particular to help us finance and resilient projects. Because we need to save our coastline and seashore, to create new marine protected areas, to develop food resilient and local sectors, our territory is at risk because of deep sea mining, and we need to moratorium to be signed and enforced as soon as possible. And we also need you to drastically cut as quickly as possible global carbon emission. Our islands are rich of fruitful traditional knowledge. Our people are one, as we will see this week in Mare Island with the Vivano Festival, the iconic fish. It's high time for us to build and consolidate strong links with all those who know how to mobilize and act for the planet now. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, basically I will touch on this after I give the floor back to Friendship, but just to say that we believe that islands, that's our strong belief. Why this focus on these territories, that even though they're on the forefront of climate change, they're not hit by anything different than we other areas, but they're being hit strong, like harder, being with scarce resources, being isolated. But then, nevertheless, like livelihoods are preserved there. There is quality of life. There is there is biodiversity that is preserved somehow. So there must be the secret of resilience in these territories. So that's what we believe, that islands can be an inspiring territories. So that's really our belief, and that's what we try to share with other territories.
Thank you very much for that. So my question would be first to Nicolas. Can you give us an idea of a very impactful... okay? No? Like that? You know how to... yeah. Sorry. So I wanted you to share with us the most impactful project that you have in your organization. Did you hear?
So I just have to add one thing before. I am going to ask Qazi Amdadul Haq to speak about one of our projects. Oh,
it's good, you can go. No, go. Continue. No, continue. It's good. That's it. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for the question. And I'll give you the floor. right after it, don't worry. You couldn't hear me, okay. So the idea, to answer your question, the idea was to show you that those are 5 completely different projects with 5 different topics. It's around adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity preservation. But the idea remains to see projects that might have interesting impacts when it comes to those 3 topics. I showed you earlier the Kenya, agropastoralism and desertification. The tribe there is more or less like the Maasai. They raise cattle, they have cows, and these cattle cannot eat sufficiently because of the desertification, so they have to go for camels instead of cows. Camels, they use their milk, for local economy, and they use that milk to sell products and keep on making a life and making money, so that they are adapting to desertification. So these projects are very important because it raises questions about adaptation, but also about biodiversity preservation and women empowerment, because this milk is managed by women, so they create a local economy thanks to camel's milk. And then technology appears because you have to process milk, so you can use micro networks with renewable electricity to process milk and sell yogurts or different dairy products locally. So that's the kind of solutions. You can mix local knowledge about adaptation, but also new technologies, and it's about the way science can help local science and international science. And here's the mic, Runa. Here you go.
Impact. I just want to. I'll hand it over to Kazi, who is senior director from Friendship and takes care of climate. But I want to say that. Is it okay? Okay. That our responsibility is that every life that we touch, we need to leave it behind better than what we have found it. Each life matters, and one of our projects Kazi will speak about.
First of all, I must tell you that is Friendship working last 20 years, not only for Friendship working for 20 years in Bangladesh, not only for human being, or at the same time for the biodiversity around. And I must tell you in a few minutes what the methods and what the way we follow. 3 things first. From the global research what we have in our hand, we do re-research with the community. And we have some methods to learn their community knowledge, indigenous knowledge, through pictorial and some other mapping arrangements, so we can easily. Second one, we use community resources what already available for our infrastructure, for our solution, for our agriculture, or all those things. And third actually we resolve engaging community and they take the lead. Let me tell you a very specific example. People, those who are displaced, each and every year 50,000 to 200,000 people displaced due to river erosion. Friendship built, is called plinth as a flood shelter, as well as the solution for displaced people, those who are internally displaced. And people, those who lost land and everything, they need income generating opportunities. So we introduced transitional fund, what you can say climate resilient fund also. This help people to get back their capital to restart their life. We started and there are many examples we have like this. We started mangrove plantation, and not only for climate sequestration, but for the people in coastal areas, they can find their life and livelihood there, because mangrove plantation act as a green embankment for the people in coastal areas to save them from storm. The cyclone increased 1.4 times more, and so they can find also the livelihood like the fish and crab they can catch. So the interpretation, and we didn't actually jump into the program until and unless consultation with the community people, and they are the holding stick. This is in nutshell, and for example, we built climate resilient house recently, and we use the river dressed soil. We didn't use the topsoil of the land where fertile soil, when people can grow their crops. We use dredging soil, dredging sand. So that there are many ways we can have 10 best practices we can share with you, ask us for our methods, how really we extract indigenous knowledge, how we best use local resources, how we resolve the issue, engaging people in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's working so well suddenly. Yes. So, Sylvain, can you tell us also your most impactful project?
I will not be talking this time. I will invite a colleague. I like to call her also a friend, member of our board of directors at SMILO. She's one of the voices, leading voices when it comes to island voices around the world, and she's coming from the Pacific all the way to here. Kate Brown, she's the director of the Global Island Partnership, and I would like her to tell us more about these voices of islands being heard when we're talking fighting climate change at the global level. Kate, please.
I'll stand. It's all right. Thank you. No, it's okay. It's better if I stand. I think we can hear the voices of islands over there kind of coming into this pavilion a little bit. So we work together with actually SMILO, which Sylvain works with, and a range of other networks that are trying to both connect islands together around solutions. And we can hear like some of what you're talking about in Bangladesh, and also what you were talking about are the sorts of things we are trying to do as well, but in the island space. And then we're also trying to connect from very local solutions into these global spaces, and to bring island voices and island community voices here, because we also strongly believe that islands and island local community people have a lot of the solutions that are needed for some of the stuff that we're talking about here. As part of this, I would also like to highlight one of the things that we did together with SMILO is work on as kind of a stock take of what other networks there were on islands in the world, because I think we're really looking at how can we best work together and serve this large constituency of island communities. And so we worked with them on something called the World Islands Network, which is a real big listing of the types of networks. And from that, we're looking at who can we work with to better amplify the voices of islands. I really encourage you actually to go over to the Pacific Pavilion if you have time. I just came before this from a presentation by the Marshall Islands talking about some of the same issues as you were talking about in Bangladesh. And I think the more that we can bring the voices together, the stronger the solutions will be, but also the stronger our implementation on the ground will look. So I really, I think this is a great event, because I don't think we would have had it if it wasn't merged, but I've actually found it deeply fascinating. And there's many common threads of the work that we're all doing together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. So yes, the idea in the first place of our event, and I'm happy, yes, to say also that, yeah, we got the chance actually to do this, so it's great. Let's take the best of it, and I think it's a nice connection. Yeah, the idea for us was to try and, since we're being financed by French Development Agency, French Facility for Global Environment, and other donors, but our idea was really to try and connect France as an island country, like we're rich of many islands, with small island developing states, and really try to set the encourage and push forward this dialogue, and that's something we try and do with Kate and many others. So thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I would like to know now what are, and I will ask Runa first, what are the challenges to raise those voices which are so important, as we just heard in all your testimonies? What are the real challenges?
I think the first challenge that we face is those voices are not here. Here meaning not only COP, but all the places where we're having conferences. And it's only recently that this has started. In COP21, I remember we had adaptation. In those days, adaptation was also not considered to be part of the solution. It was only mitigation. But human lives are at stake today. So that's number one. We need them here. We need to work in solidarity because there are so many things which are common. Common technology transfer, building things which are concrete is easy and can be replicated. But every time you do things which are with a community, which is actually the long-term sustainability can happen in that sense, it is totally unpredictable. Because human beings, you cannot make a chart and say they will react like this. Human beings are different, and I feel that we need to, all of us who are working with the needs and the community, need to really get together and work on this human aspect and the way that we work. And every country, every area of a country has a different way of, have their own indigenous kind of a mindset, social behavior, which needs to be taken into account. Otherwise, people, they will not internalize whatever you bring to them. And these are all soft things which cannot be written in and ticked off. So I think these are very, very important things which needs to be brought in, and we need to ensure that modality of the way that we are working towards climate really needs to change.
Moi? Okay, thank you. Nicolas, no. The one thing I heard recently, maybe that's what I was thinking when hearing Runa, from the colleagues from New Caledonia, and we had these discussions during our annual conference in Portugal a month ago, and we had like a 30-ish country represented, and then we're discussing this approach toward like all those ecosystems we try and provide, and they really at one point they asked us to, they stopped the discussion and asked us to refocus and to not forget that we are the ecosystem as well, and that we all the time we're discussing things from the position of us humans, like towards something like that's out there that we try to preserve. And I think that connection, when speaking about islands being inspiring places, that's one thing that we can find on islands where the communities are strong. They remind us of what is really the challenge at stake. It's like try to have human development has to walk hand in hand with the biodiversity protection and this adaptation. It's one big thing. So that's why I also agree 100% that we would definitely need to have those communities we're talking about with us to bring us back down to earth sometimes. So that would be my message.
Well, thank you, Sylvain. Well, to answer the question about the pitfalls, when I started taking interest in that subjects, I was working upon electricity in sub-Saharan Africa, and the idea then was to bring renewable electricity micro-networks to remote areas so that they have access to electricity, to renewable electricity. The idea being to do so using French tech solutions. We were from Northern Hemisphere, so you might have an idea. I was a student, so you might have an idea about the way it works on field. So imagine you come up with a project, you think it would be great, it would be working for 25 years, and then you go there and you take a look at the situation, and you realize that the majority of projects stop working after 2 or 3 years, or stop working the way you thought they would, because you haven't considered the way it would work, the way people work, the local knowledge, the way they work there, so that you deal with two different worlds that have evolved differently. So the idea with RISE was to reconciliate and to try. There are many initiatives out there, so you conciliate local knowledge, local competencies, technologies that enable you to that lots of progress have been made thanks to technology. So technology is precious, but it has its limits. So you see it on the ground. You see that it doesn't always allow us to fight against the main obstacles nowadays. So you have to talk to many people in order to implement tangible solutions on the field. Like Runa was saying, you have to take up these solutions that are implemented locally and try to reproduce them globally. That was our ambition within RISE, and I guess and hope you will be doing better, every time better, with all our partners, like SMILO, for instance.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think it's the main theme of our COP today. We will not find solution without cooperation, but for this we need to go into action and not just talk. So I think what you mentioned is very strong. What would be an action? We have started a new project linking Bangladeshi students with French students, and they are talking about how is climate change impacting their lives, but not only the impacts, but more importantly the solution. And it's absolutely incredible to see how Bangladeshi way of living can inspire French students that are coping with floods, as we have seen, or with high temperature. This kind of project is action, is also pushing the idea of cooperation at the young generation on a very pragmatic and practical solution. This is what we need, because not only we are responsible and we have a responsibility to share that you have, but our children, they do have this, and I think we need to framework this cooperation to make it even stronger. And I think with this school project and with other cooperation, we are certainly on the good way.
Juste un mot pour réagir à ce que...
Just one word to react and to pick on what you were saying. It's something we used to think about when we were working in Tanzania. There were droughts and floods, and we would have thought then that in the north that yes, it's a problem of the people in the south, not ours. But I live in the mountains, in the French Alps, and there have been arsons and fires, forest fires. We wouldn't have imagined that kind of things a couple of years ago. So that shows the importance of cooperation.
I don't know if we have time.
Because we said it a lot, but when hearing William, I think one of the key things I see in your action and is the continuity is like, okay, we use the word project, but I think one of the difficulties or the challenges is to go beyond this project-based approach through which we are working as NGOs a lot, being project-based finance, short-term thing with the results to be shown, and this pressure of the project-based is one of things we have to live with, which is a structural challenge to our action, I think, which needs to be on the long run. So we try to address that through this labeling process, which is a long time, I mean, step-by-step progress, which can always do better. So through this idea, we're trying to push the boundaries of this project-based approach.
Well, I thank you all, because I think this was really fascinating, interesting. I think we have to go beyond that, as you all said, a new way of collaboration. Collaboration is really the word. I have been recently to Brazil, for example, and talking with a climate scientist there, he was in awe with what the indigenous people know about climate without never studying it. He said, I was talking with some leaders and they knew exactly the cycle of water, the effect, and so it's as you said before, there is such a strong link that we could make between modern science and indigenous knowledge, working together, and obviously not trying to just take us from the indigenous what is interesting, for example, for the pharmaceutical companies or other things like that, but have a really partnership, and nobody will solve the problem of the loss of biodiversity or climate alone. We need the South, we need the North, and we need to learn to work together, exchange knowledge and respect. And that's what you showed together, all of you, I think. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Merci beaucoup. Thanks a lot. I would like to thank all the participants for that question and for tackling the topic of local knowledge. I'm from Niger. Niger is a Western Africa country with lots of desert. The majority of our country is desert. We face the consequences of the climate change, obviously. It's about droughts, but also about floods. I've been watching your movie, the short video. It's very interesting. It's about reinforcement of the local knowledge, as the moderator just said. The cooperation has to be developed. We are extremely happy to see you talking, to see you sharing knowledge. The island populations have different knowledge from us in Niger. You've been talking about agro-pastoralism. I represent pastors myself. It's important for me to know how other adapt.
Reverend.
They have knowledge. They have the local knowledge that they develop to adapt themselves to climate change. The shepherds. It's about desertification, animals, solidarity, mobility. The shepherds. It's adaptation strategy for those who for agriculture, for those who have cattle, for the shepherds. So that cooperation has to be developed so that we share knowledge. Thanks a lot. Hello everyone. I just came over. I missed the beginning of the conversation, but I've noticed that the debate was hugely interesting. My name is Kadia Tungai. I'm from Guinea. I'm a former Minister of Environment. I was the Minister 6 years ago, and I was the on-mandate Minister back during COP27. So when it comes to islands adaptation, this is something I'm hugely interested in, since I have several islands. Several islands in our country that belong to our country. I used to be General Secretary in my ministry before I became a minister. So I went there and I saw that climate change was felt differently in the islands than it is in the mainlands, because benches just disappear. Where my parents and my grandparents used to live on the mainland, so that not on islands, but I know that some benches disappear as well on the mainlands. So we've been talking about sustainable houses, and that's something I'm hugely interested in. They are very useful on the mainland, on the coast, and on the islands, obviously. inhabitants are often used to their territories, and of course they could live, but this won't be their first choice. They want to remain and to stay where their parents and grandparents have lived and died. So I'm running a foundation that I've created for environment protection and for sustainable development, and developing at this moment a project related with climate change. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Joanita. I'm from Uganda. I lead an organization called Girls for Climate Action. What we are mainly doing is engaging women in finding solutions to their local climate challenges. And this is a topic that is very, very, it's deep in my heart. Interacting with women every day and seeing a panel of amazing people that are doing the same work like I do is very amazing. And I like that we are recognizing that there is power in this knowledge. Working with women, I kind of make design thinking very basic for them. And for me, I feel the knowledge is there, but when to share it, how to share it, and to whom to share it with, in regards to engaging also, the scientists and all that. And to do that is to just basically going and being with them and getting them into a process of getting the information from their gardens, from their kitchens, from the knowledge from wherever they are in their circles, to actually engaging them in, for example, a design thinking localized training to get their ideas or knowledge to, as many communities as possible. And for me, I just wanted to talk about how we can even make it very intentional in getting this knowledge to even reach the global platforms. And for us to do that is getting there and training them and getting the little or the more, the knowledge, the information that they have, the data they have, into a training that can engage them into, even getting us to a green strategy. As countries are also talking about green businesses and green jobs, the jobs can come from what these women or rural communities are doing. I think I liked what Jeunes said on poverty alleviation. I think when I started working in communities, women, the main thing was, you're telling us about climate change. Our problem is poverty. So what are you talking about? Climate seemed like a luxury, right? And so what we did is to just get a match. How do we even engage them in what they know and then turn into a green business in a way? So at the end of the day, we are really utilizing their knowledge. As they utilize our knowledge and giving them all these ideas in green businesses, and then at the end of the day, you're kind of solving for this local community or this rural community an income gap and as well as a climate gap. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a word also. I'm very interested to talk to you. Je voudrais échanger avec vous les.
I would like to exchange our contacts for Guinea. I will come to see you later.
Islands. Oh yeah, some of these islands, they're definitely run by women. So there is a lot to be learned from them. And I don't know. We're looking for their real voices rather than representation. But on island is not the case. They're not just sitting there, they're actually running the show. So that's also something where we get inspiration from islands on some communities, being in the Mediterranean or in some West Africa, etc. So I also am glad to exchange contact with you to see what you're doing in terms of empowerment, and thank you.
Juste très brièvement, parce qu'on n'a plus beaucoup de temps, sur les trois questions, je trouve que ce qu'on ressent vraiment, c'est le besoin.
Okay, what we need to hear is we need to go to the local, to ILR. It's really something that we need today. We have to understand how it functions locally, how it functions locally, and how it functions globally, and what's the link between them, and how we can go both ways, so understand at the same time, I'll be able to answer your questions and also change the scale at the international, national, and international level, to heal these people, and I will leave the last words to my colleague. Thank you very much for what you said, and this is where the cooperation starts. I think that's a logical next step. I think that to think again, the cooperation is not about finances, it's the way we're going to discuss and exchange the good practices. You will be inspiration for us. At the same time, Bangladesh will be inspiration for you. It is from this richness that solutions will arise. We only, when we talk in bilateral, too often we think only one way. We have to mutually give us our knowledge. You have challenges that they don't have in Bangladesh. These are things that are specific to you. Anyway, thank you for everything said. The discussion will continue, but we have to free the room. Thank you very much for the French family, and thank you.
Bien sûr, bien sûr. Bonjour. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello everyone. We are going to start the next event. Okay, I have the pleasure to be the moderator of this event, and we'll be talking about the youth and entrepreneurs to the rescue, fostering synergy between ecological and social progress. Okay, I'm Julie Prigent. I will pass the floor to Mr. Gilles Vernotte-Desroches, who's the General Director of the Foundation of Schneider Electric, about the... hello, well, it's a pleasure to be nicely amongst ourselves to talk about youth. I would like to say 4 things, not more. I need to take my phone to be sure that I don't talk too much. One thing that I will say, it's not said very often. There's never been that so many young youth on the earth, and there will never be. We have 1.3 billion from 15 to 25. Is the fruit of the great growth of the world population. And now this movement is slowing down everywhere except for Africa. Lots of everywhere. I'm talking about demography, of course. There's something very extremely fundamental to remember. This world must integrate in its future life a number of youth that has never been integrating up till now. There's a good news, though. A growing number of these young are well trained. They have a nice level of education. Another new 200 million will never go to school. So we have for today a reflection on the future that cannot go without, that can be done without seeing with what all the actors of the civil society is doing for the youth. How to accompany youth in difficult countries. I would like to start this meeting with this data. It seems important to me. The second point is that we are in a world of transition, and a world in transition, whether it's an environmental or developmental transition. When you say environmental, it's about climate and biodiversity and many others. We have to build an agenda of solutions for tomorrow. No one can imagine, even if it's the meaning of the conference that we're holding here, that the efficiency and sobriety actions, as we say in French, sufficiency is much better in English. I mean, that would be the English expression. No one can imagine that when all the actors are aiming net zero and by 2050, that will be done with solutions that we have today, made more efficient, and new behaviors to try to use more, which doesn't mean to consume, to use better, less also. That will have a capital major role. Why? Because even when you talk to young people, it's simple to imagine what has happened in the last 20 years. When you are very young, what happened 20 years seems to be very complicated. But 20 years ago, there was almost no internet. We didn't have smartphones, cell phones. These solar panels were 15 times more expensive than today. And we see how digital has changed our lives today. How today the telephone, the way we consume, the way we use the digital to be efficient, that has changed the modes of consumption. So the central point for youth, I wrote a book about it called The Spring of Millennials. We have to notice that it's I would say exclusively almost the technologies who have changed the world were born in heads of people who are less than 30. These two arguments put together, not training the young people today, not to teach them the transition mode. It's like killing the fine arts. It's the youth that prepares the future, and it's their spirit that will have all the innovations for the future of the planet. We cannot see the future without by putting aside some people who would not contribute. So what is imperative about the engagement of youth in all the what we do in terms of society, economy, and secondly, this is all a major subject for which all the young people have this innovation capacity. They also have the capacity to accompany,
etc. On est dans des logiques.
Third point, and I'll stop here, a question of the impact and of the meaning. The impact, we've been talking a lot about it today. This is connected with the young generation now. We've worked a lot on it in the previous generations to make the values conformant with the visions of the engagement. It's not like being very addicted and mobilized with only one driver, just having impact. And this generation pushes all the generations in a new way of thinking, the logics of impact. That's the importance with the synergies we see here. This is why in France, we are in French pavilion, but it's everywhere in the world the same. This generation more than ever creates companies, including a country like France, where creating a company is not necessarily the best solution. Well, when you finish a school in America, in the United States, whether it works or not, that is different. In Europe, and especially in France, it's less logical. We can notice today through figures. I'm not sharing, I'm talking about figures. How the young generates, in order to build its impact, by imagining, I may be wrong, building structures that may not allow the impact they would like to have. They have to understand that to transform the structure is a way to make an impact. This is a key subject. The last point, probably there is reconciliation that occurs twice when you see the mobilization of young people. I will take an example to say it. It's an example that is called Solar Decathlon. It's a world campaign of architecture schools. They all compete the house of tomorrow. Well, these architects are able to mix low-tech and high-tech, upskilling and recycling, the high-level management to in order to build comfortable and resilient houses. Well, the previous generations were, whether from one school, drifting all about technologies, everything's going to work fine. Oh, that's a good example to talk about him one more time. The Mirabi, who had another approach. I think that this young generation is able to reconcile both with Schneider Electric and its foundation. We've been supporting with Chantal Perron and the library Low Tech. They look around the world, they search for new technology. There is a film about the combination of these things. The second force, the fair transition. Again, the previous generations were mobilized around the environment or the social questions. Today, facing new emergencies, we are pushed to say that on one side we need to use all the solutions, and when we know circular economy, we see the importance of reusing the raw matters. We know that there's many that are missing when we talking about development. And secondly, we have to target not only the environmental pillar, but also the social pillar. And the transition will be possible only if it's fair. I'm not saying that it's been invented by the youth, but when you see the mobilization of youngsters tomorrow, much more than the previous generation, they make the links. They are the most numerous on the planet. The education is a key subject, so they get involved in the transition and bring innovations. They impose in the companies when they start their work the discussion about the impact, in particular to aim the transition, ecological and social transitions. This is why I'm not one of these who's saying that the youth will reinvent the world. But one of these who say that all the complementary generations, the youth have a very special role to play. It's about pushing and about following.
Bon. Alors, moi je vais vous écouter.
And I'm going to listen. Thank you very much for this introduction, very exhaustive one that makes the link between youngsters, companies, economic progress and the social progress that we are seeking for. I'd like now to ask Iris Nicomedi, who's connected online, to present what the ADEME does when it comes to social matters, to see the context of our action. Iris, I hope we do hear you. Yes, and I also hope you do hear me. Hello everyone, thanks for having me here. Thank you, Julie. Before I start talking about the role the ADEME plays around all these topics, and we'd like to introduce what the ADEME is. It is the Agence pour la Transition Écologique. We are a state institution under the responsibility of science and of the Ministry of Environment. We support collectivities, we support communities, people, individuals and companies when it comes to environment transition, when it comes to mobility, when it comes to air quality, various kinds of topics. We're also acting at the international level in Europe, Africa and certain countries in Asia, where we develop cooperations with our counterparts there. We support the implementation of public policies on the field of interventions and underline French knowledge and expertise. So what's the place of social topics when it comes to our activities? Well, our actions are determined by the objectives of environmental transition, which can happen only if it's linked with solidarity. So there are social issues at stake. We fight against energy poverty, or against we help people from remote areas to have access to public transport, so that the human being is always at the heart of our preoccupations. in spite of the fact that it's more about the environment at first glance. We integrate the environmental dimension in all human activities, not only in ones that are the heart of the core aspect of the protection of environment. We share best practices. Examples: we support many companies from the social and solidarity companies that benefit from all our toolkits when it comes to support and other structures that are more structure based, like social impact contracts when it comes to circular economy, or the possibility to gain some support after the COVID-19 pandemic. Social topics, social issues are a big part of our activities when it comes to the Choosing Tomorrow Act for Climate initiative that we launched last year. It's about initiatives that are to lead France towards carbon neutrality. To better understand these scenarios, we are leading additional analysis that allow to deepen our knowledge about the impact of the economic crisis and social crisis when it comes to unemployment, for instance. From another point of view, these social issues can also represent a leverage that will allow us to fasten environmental transition. We support social innovation projects broad and large. The reason being, by this co-construction of solution approach and considering local specificities, being anchored and emerging in the local cultures and communities, so that we enhance the ability to innovate, we enhance the possibility for some new solutions to emerge. We support many projects, innovation projects, when it comes to mobility, circular economy, renewable energies, at the international level with Entrepreneurs du Monde. It's an association that is together with us. Many initiatives and projects that are led with that aim. And to conclude, I would like to emphasize the importance of education and of competencies construction when it comes to the environmental transition. It's a core part of our commitment. We support the ALGA, the African Academy for Local Authorities. It's a very important part of the chain through organizing workshops, seminars, webinars and seminars in Africa, or by producing and leading many trainings both online and on-site. We've worked via a partnership last year with the AFD upon open trainings about sustainable development in Africa, so that's a link that both sides of the issue are not in competition with each other. When it comes to youngsters, there are lots of projects that we support and that are led by youngsters or based upon some youngsters networks for the development of solutions. We've had the occasion to talk about it during the roundtable. We're very happy to co-organize this event with Schneider Electric and the other stakeholders. Thank you for giving me the floor, Julie. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Iris. All right. Can you hear me? Is it okay with that pink microphone? You do hear me? Okay. Because I do hear me, but I do hear myself. But all right. Thank you, Iris, for this introduction. Now the time has come to start the round table. Many thanks to Schneider Electric and to Iris from the ADEME. And now let's kick things off. We have one person connected online and two persons sitting next to me. Sat here, Astrid, who is a member of Jeunes ambassadeurs pour l'environnement and of the youth part of the, no, is it committee or the organization? International Union for Nature Conservation. That's it, you said it. And then connected, yet, though we can't see for now, Alice Carton. Oh, here she is, here she comes. Hello, Alice. You are Agriculture and Technical Climate Advisor when it comes to all the projects for Entrepreneurs du Monde, World Entrepreneurs. You'll tell us a couple of words about that. Laura Valero now, the Director of the Climate Program of the IDRIC, who honored us as much as since she joined us. That's a 100% women roundtable. Sorry for the lack of gender equality. Astrid, for the first questions. Astrid, since you are a member of Jeunes ambassadeurs, young ambassadors for environment, concretely speaking, in a tangible way, how do you see the role of youngsters when it comes to decision making, how to implement things in general, and how do you do it?
First of all, great thank you for the organization of this event. The young ambassadors for the environment are ravished and honored to be represented here. Yes, indeed, it makes sense for us, a lot of sense, I'd say, to allow the engagement and the of the youngsters. This is the objective of our association, because the engagement of the youngsters is essential in decision making at every scale, at every level. First of all, the engagement goes through educations to the today's challenges about the environment. This is why we organize awareness campaigns and also workshops about the role of nature, for example, to fight against climate changes, and also about the valorization of the biodiversity. And we organize contests, visits, and interactive animations. At the international level, the young ambassadors for the environment and encourage to participate to discussions during the COP26, the UCN Congress in 2021, and also the Urban Forum World organized by ONU Habitat last June. We do contribute to the reflections around concrete propositions that are shown and presented to different governments. That allows us to strengthen our engagements by encouraging young people to engage. This is great, inspiring times that allow to give us hope and strength. Thank you, Astrid. Two more questions. I have two questions for you, but I'm going to ask them together. That will make the things easier. What expectancies for actors, institutional actors especially, more generally, and what are the levers for the ecological transition through the on-site, on-the-ground projects? Thank you very much. Well, institutional actors, the young generations mobilized for the environment protections want to have access to the negotiation table. On one hand, because it's them who actually suffer from the effects of climate change. And on the other hand, above all, the youngsters have propositions and they worth to be listened to. They require from their government to have more transparency and decisions in favor of the climate action. It's about fully integrating young generations to great international things, and not to and about including fully their requests in environmental policies that should be more ambitious. This implies a deep change in conception and to create the budgets and logistics necessary to let the youngsters work. The decrease of young generations, for example, during the COP26, we see the youngsters They think they're not trained enough, they're not educated enough, so there are in this area needs. So we have to deploy strategies in order to give to youngsters necessary competences to take part in the climatic actions. This starting from very young age, like implementing scholar programs that will emphasize the links between nature and human beings, and also about ecosystemic services that nature can provide us. It's also about giving them the professional perspectives and to make it so that the young generations can be able to answer to the challenges. That was the quick answer about the expectancies. Now the levers for the ecological transactions and those that we've identified in our association. The first action lever concerns the scale. That's true. And the young ambassadors have chosen the local scale because this is the favorite ground to conduct the ecological transition that we all have to build, as said before. All the associations we work for and the authorities, it's at the local level that this is the more efficient and the more relevant. In France, overseas, especially development, there are huge pressures coming from nature. They are, and the climate endanges species and other things. We have to mutualize these services in our platform all through social services. The members of our organization do benefit, especially they are very present in
between youngsters that are committed for protecting the environment and conferences with experts so that they continue being trained and building new projects. Young ambassadors for environment are deeply convinced that they should rely upon the solidarity between generations with all the types of stakeholders so that they are able to act for a transition towards a more fair and more resilient society. Thank you, Astrid. There are many aspects in your answer that will pop up later during our conversation with the other speakers, especially when it comes to the dialogue with the stakeholders. At least we can see you. Not sure you know that we do see you, but we see you, and we hear you as well. Yes, we're good. All right. So well, I'm going to ask you first one question, then you can answer the first one. So, you are the representative of Entrepreneurs du Monde today. What's the place the room you keep for youngsters, and how about empowerment? How do you work when it comes to empowering youngsters? And would you share a concrete example, a tangible example with us from that matter? Well, Entrepreneurs du Monde, it's a French NGO that has been acting for 25 years for integrating, economically speaking, the most vulnerable in France, in Southern America, in Haiti, in Western Africa, and in Southeast Asia. So what we do is we create social companies that aim at integrating people while offering services to the population. In Haiti, what we've done is we've created a social company that trains youngsters in the scope when it comes to repairing solar lamps and boilers, so that they are offering services to their communities, to people, just as a normal company does, but at the same time they restrain the climate impact and the environmental impact of some NGOs. They are fighting poverty, of course, and they are very strongly committed in that approach, because the actions they lead in their neighborhoods are also linked with conscience raising when it comes to rubbish waste management. So Entrepreneurs du Monde keeps working, cooperating with youngsters. We reinforce their capacity of actions, but what you have to bear in mind that is that in emerging countries, youngsters are very aware and conscious. They know, because they see first thing, they see on an everyday basis the consequences of climate change. What they want is to get the means and the tools they need to be effective and efficient in the fight they lead on an everyday basis. That would be about it for the first question, I guess. Thank you. Thank you. Can I switch to the second question of? I think so. This is up to you. Okay, next question. Thank you for this answer. Thank you very much for sharing information about this project you lead in Haiti. And I do have a second question for you. How do you think environmental transition represents an occasion, an opportunity to foster the economic and social progress locally and internationally? What is the approach you praise? Well, when it comes to you, it is absolutely necessary to put social innovation and progress, economic development and local development with a carbon impact at as low as possible at the heart of our preoccupations. The gender aspect is quite important as well. So we talk a lot and act a lot when it comes to gender and climate. What happens in Togo is we work around waste management. As you might know, when it comes to the most vulnerable communities, like we have in Togo, waste management, rubbish management is a very touchy subject. Women tend to collect rubbish themselves, or unless they just put them aside, and then have to move towards the Laguna in Lomé, which means many people, populations are concentrating in ill-built houses. They deal with toxic waste each time they burn plastic. Some studies have proven that children's brains are impacted by the smoke generated by plastic burning. So we've created social companies that allow us to collect waste as close as it gets to local communities and to have them paid for collecting this rubbish. Then those are processed and people are trained so that they can create several tools and solutions based upon those waste, so that you create jobs, and you kind of play on three levels at the same time, because it's linked with environmental policy, it's linked with economic progress, it's linked with social progress, and you're kind of winning from each point of view, the waste being processed locally and in an environmental friendly way. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. All right. Thanks a lot for this answer, and congratulations, because that's an awesome project in Togo. So it is multilateral, isn't it? Multi-stakeholder and multi-country. La Valero, there is a question for you, don't worry. So you are Climate Program Idris Director, and as such, how do you think social topics fall within your scope of action? You've heard about concrete actions in Togo. What about you? How would you put the social aspects in your everyday, in the fight you fight every day?
Je sais pas si merci.
Thank you. Literally, we are at the Sustainable Development Institute. We're based in Paris. And we work a lot on the issues of international relations. Today, there is a challenge when we talk about climate progress, ecological and social progress, not only in within our country, especially the Africa is a challenge for fairness, climatic fairness. Africa have lots of challenges in human development and energy access. 100 million Africans have no access to electricity today. 1 billion have no access to clean cooking methods. So the challenges are really huge. And Africa and Middle East receive only 2% of the investments, yearly investments, for the clean energy. So there is a big discrepancy between the needs and what they receive, these countries receive. Public or private financements, or investments, sorry. There's also a problem of lack of trust in the present context, with cooperation programs that are seen as not enough based on costs, so they can be based on a dialogue of new European initiatives announced that are not well accepted because they're not aligned with the country's priorities. One of the vehicles that has, one of the things that happened, that maybe you've heard about just energy transition partnerships. Fair transition, of course. It's an offer of $8.5 billion that was made to South Africa, in particular, to change the situation, to help this country to stop with the coal, because they produce electricity mostly with coal. Fairness it's true. More than 50% of young people are with no employment. Something absolutely unknown to us in Europe. So the challenge is really to use this upscaling in order to create a development and industrialization plan. Maybe it's on this that I would like to emphasize. Europe is can really answer to the needs of the continent. I mean Africa, because when we see the finances engaged by European countries and the European conditions, European bloc, let's say, has a much bigger contribution than other developed countries. So they have a role to structure this dialogue around the demands of the countries and the needs of the countries. This will be anchored also in the employment questions, especially employment of young people. So it should be at the surface of development strategies and industrialization strategies as they were created by the different countries. This is the right way of moving the things. It's not only quitting the coal. How do we go in instead industrialize cleanly? What are we trying to foster in Africa, so to avoid the continent is reduced only as a raw materials provider. This is how it's Africa is considered as the provider of the critical matters for the transition. We shouldn't limit the Africa in this role in the coming years. Thank you for this first answer. So you've mentioned the dialogue between Europe and Africa, and transition partnership. I have problems with acronyms today. I haven't mentioned it earlier. There is UCARA, the UCARA platform, led by IDRI, but that's an initiative of ADEME that links both regions when it comes to research. So my question will be about it. My second question: what are for you the the takeaways from this platform about the energy transition in Africa. I mean, we've had already some feedback, but not about the platform. And what about the multilateral dialogue made in on this platform? I'm not lucky with the microphone today. Thank you very much. Yes, IDRI has launched together with the support of ADEME a expert dialogue platform, different experts, European experts who dialogue with experts from Africa in order to try to talk about what has not worked in the cooperation up till now and what could be the future paths to improve this cooperation, Europe-Africa, in the context of research for sustainable development. As I said, we are convinced that we don't talk enough about the 2030 agenda and objectives of the world development. And let's not forget the climate. It's a menace, existential menace for today, but also great challenges in terms of, as been mentioned before, in terms of education, of equality between men and women, etc., etc. Lots of challenges that we cannot forget. And we've started to refocus our actions on these priorities. And we have several studies that have been done by South African, but also from Senegal and Nigeria. Some researchers made by the specialists from there. They would be in the future the JETPs, the recipients of help in the framework of other JETPs. What is the challenge to this offer could answer?
One of the main pitfalls is linked with the fact that when you get some big amounts of money on the table without a clear vision as to how you might use this money, because the fact you have vast amounts of money on the table means it makes it harder to have a calm discussion, while you should be able to have this discussion because that's what it's called for. So that's why we want to act quickly, and that's why we cooperate with African experts, so that based upon our humble means we put these actors, these stakeholders at the heart of the decision-making process, so that we have voices emerging, hence the cross discussions that inform people and African officials who are to take part in the negotiations, while sending cross-such discussions and lessons about this international cooperation, so that we make sure they take lessons home about the African reality when it comes to JETPs, and the way we can conciliate climate action with industrialization and social issues. This is something that is hugely widely talked about during this COP and hugely important. Thanks a lot for that answer. I think you'll be more than welcome to check the IDDRI website. It's highly interesting. But perhaps some questions from the audience. We still have a couple of minutes. So feel free to ask whatever question might. Yes, good evening. Fatoumata Ndiallo from Burkina Faso. I would like to thank the speakers for their presentations and this extremely interesting topic. This is a topic of first importance for me, since I'm one of the FISCA project's beneficiaries, and it is pushed forward by France. We've been working upon the sustainable city concept around recycling and upcycling The project is doing quite well. We've integrated and streamlined the project in Burkina Faso so that we see positive consequences, both in terms of social, environmental and economic progress, since women and youngsters with whom we cooperate now lead activities, earn their work and earn money thanks to the trainings we've been carrying out. We've created model recycling, upcycling and rubbish segregating models. The guidelines have not been stick to from the very beginning, but now we see changes. We see a real shift, and that's quite building, quite positive, make things far easier than it used to be. I would like to, well, not sure by the way, do you mind me, we might start a cooperation, I think, with the ADEME so that we could transfer some technologies or reinforce some competencies and knowledge, because we produce organic coal and compost, so there is waste, there are some amounts of waste, of course, so that we associate some pavement production. It is quite an achievement, and we'd like to process the paper we receive into holes, boxes, and not sure, but if you don't mind me trying, I'd be interested in a potential cooperation with you. We would like to mechanize some aspects, because it's craft for now. We would like to switch to a more mechanized and perhaps industrial scale, thanks to you. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot. First, for explaining the project, the whole context. Is quite interesting. I see Alice highly interested. She's connected. She's far away but very close at the same time. You seem to be quite interested, aren't you? Great. Not sure ADEME would be the best choice for you, but not directly, at least. But we can share some contacts together and then have a chat with Alice. Alice, perhaps we'd like to pick up on what has been said. Well, I know Burkina Faso quite well, and we are interested. We've been working in Burkina Faso, we've been working in Togo. I would like to cooperate around plastics. I think there is a degree of complementarity into that. So yes, we'll be in touch, surely. Very interesting, and we have a team in Burkina Faso, so you can. I'll be more than happy to meet anytime soon. If I can add something, may I? Can you hear me? Yes, we do. Great. Thanks a lot for the intervention. The ADEME does support many projects in Burkina Faso around the topics you've talked about. So yes, I'd be into it. Julie, if you wouldn't mind giving my number to the lady from the audience that asked the question from Burkina Faso, that will be a pleasure. And yes, thank you, Alice. Thank you. I'll give your number, of course. So perhaps another question from the audience. What about time? It's okay. We're still okay with time. So here's what's going to happen. We can pick upon a question. I have one, a quick one for 3 speakers. I'll try not to read it too fast, by the way. Basing upon your experience, the 3 of you, could you drop one of the success keys in order to facilitate and accelerate youngsters' commitment and considering the social topics when it comes to environment transition, and parallelly while fostering social innovation, fostering other leverage of action for environmental transition? It was a long question, wasn't it? I can shoot another time if you want me to. More seriously, Lola, please. Thank you.
Sur le...
I can talk about taking in account of the social questions. We can see it here when it comes to you have to take in consideration the social challenges. This is something that is not secondary. It's really a central question, and the best thing to do it is really to remain humble and listen to the needs of vulnerable people, those who really need, like persons who are, let's say, implied in the working in coal mining in South Africa. But that's because of many sectors that we've spoken. Listening. This is the key word. That means consultation processes that have to be very important for the implementation. To complement what you've just said, we've had some feedback from young ambassadors for the environment in Uganda who really had to learn, started to listen and to work with local associations, because certain northern policy, let's say, politics were too implemented with violence in certain countries. In some reservations, for example, we have to change this paradigm and to make it much more horizontal and to place ourselves in a listening position towards the local actors. I can only repeat what my colleagues have said. I think that the most important thing is to listen and to think about environmental and social innovation on the basis of the communities. And I've been working for 25 years almost everywhere in the world with populations that are illiterate mostly. And it's important because very often in the other projects that we see, this is not taken in consideration to give access to vulnerable people to these questions. We really try to work with youngsters from these communities. It's a way to make sure that we work with the right people, is to talk with young people who are from these vulnerable communities in these difficult boroughs, because this is something that is much more anchored. And I would like to thank all my colleagues all over the world who make this huge work and these efforts to listen. And this seems very essential to me, not to think about climatic policies in a way that is not connected with the social needs of people who have for whom the problem is to have something to eat. Thank you all, the three of you, for this last question and your answers. Now we'll remember this central word, listening, and to be anchored in local communities. I would like to thank everyone. It was extremely interesting, this discussion. Three very different points of view, which reduce themselves to clear synergies on the ways to go on during the next stages, how we can advance all together. So thank you Astrid, thank you Alice, thank you Lola, thank you Iris, who was that we don't see it on the screen, but who's still with us. I think. Thank you Gilles for the introduction remarks. I would like to thank everyone for the organization and for the audience also. And thank the interpreters. We don't see their work, but interpreting and simultaneous in English today. So this is it. Thank you all, and have a good evening.
Merci, bonne journée.